Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tangled dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Good morning. Good morning. You get this added to stage so I can say hello to everybody this morning. Hi, Lois. Let's see. Good morning, Paula. Good morning, Suzanne. TCA is still asleep. She needs her rest for sure. She's not asleep, but she better get back to it. She's awake, but she shouldn't be. Good morning. Good morning, GSD's dog mom from Florida. Sunny, Florida, this AM. Good morning, Denise. GSD's dog mom says good morning. Hey, Lois. Crack that whip. I know. Get your hind end back to bed, girl. She's in Discord over here. She's in Discord over here giving out orders. Lois says, howdy do, Denise. Howdy do. That sounds very Texan of you, Lois. Did everybody get any sleep? Anybody get any sleep? For me, it is 7:55 in the morning. Hot and humid days are ahead. You did sleep? Oh, good. Oh, good. I'm in the midst of getting some coffee made. Must have caffeine in the morning. So tell me about this case. I didn't get to hear anything. I don't know anything about this case. You guys will have to tell me about it. Tell me about Linda Stermer. It looks like on the bottom here it says she's standing trial for a second time on charges that she beat her husband, set him on fire, and ran him over with their van. What? To bed at 9. You know, I did that too. I went to bed early because I wanted to make sure I was up early for Katia, for TCA. And I did not, I tossed and turned because I wanted to make sure I did not lose my ability to get up and help. Bouffant Betty with the hair. Is that her? That's funny. Battered and burned. That's what they're calling it, battered and burned. She says her setup needs to be redone, but she's still in the bed, somewhat rested, but not enough. Just get over there and go back to sleep. Oh man, it's gonna be one of those. I'm excited to hang out for the next couple of hours. I think if Katya is not back up at 10 my time, Rubber's gonna come and hang out, but we'll see. I'm not sure if it'll be Sheila or if it'll be TCA. Good morning, Paula. Paula, you look so good in blue. I haven't seen you in blue. I haven't been over here in a minute. Denise is also blue. Lois is blue. That's some of the best mechanics in the business over here. Why can Lori Vallow have hair that looks colored and conditioned, and Linda looks like a puff. You miss Garden Bot. Oh, you guys are quite the bunch. I love it over here. I don't get to come over here as much as I want to. But when I do get over here, I do love hanging out with you guys. Sounded like a train coming through on my side. Sharonberry 79, good morning. Do you hear that? Sounds like waves coming through. Make sure to leave your DNA on the like button. It helps get TCA out into the algorithm. She is very well on her way to 1,000 subs. She is at 917 this morning. I'm so proud of her. So proud of her. Lois says, good morning, Sherry Berry. Good to see you. Paula, please take your assigned seat in the front row. Lois, please take your assigned seat at the front row. Sherry wants to know, how did your move go, Lois? Did you move? You did gain a couple overnight. I noticed that. You gained quite a few yesterday. Front and center. I heard you say you weren't going to be wandering around YouTube today. Let's see what I can find. What reading material can I find about Miss Linda here while we're waiting? Get me up to speed here. Oh, she's a terrible person. She's a terrible person. Linda Stermer was convicted in the course of committing an arson and was sentenced to life in prison. The state of Michigan charged her with the killing of her husband by setting both him and their house on fire. A trial, the first trial. Hi, Sherry. This is Hio. Nice to see you. Katya needs to get a little bit of rest. She's overdoing herself. So she's supposed to be laying down a little bit, getting a little bit of rest. Sherry Berry, Lois said, I cannot complain. It went smoothly. It's the normal adjusting to a new place and getting animals settled. That's the worst. Yeah, that's the worst. I am new to this case, 100%. That's why I'm looking this up under case law, because I am not voiced in the ways of Linda Stermer. Is that how you say her last name? Yeah, she looks like quite the pill. Hopefully she's resting. Yeah. Sherry, it is nice to meet you as well. Denise is lurking in the dark shadows. Thank you, Lois. Her 2 daughters are supporting her, and the 3 boys are not. She has 5 kids. What would Katya say? Oh, my days. Oh, my days. The state of Michigan charged her with killing her husband by setting both him and the house on fire. Oh, goodness. Oh, they're up and at 'em this morning. Look at them.
Yeah. We're on the record, the case of People versus Linda Stermer. Counselor present. Ms. Stermer is present. Good morning.
Here we go,
Any
guys.
matters to address before we bring in the jury, Counselor?
Just a real quick housekeeping matter.
Sure.
They're already in the housekeeping mode. Did she put her hands up like, you guys get back a little bit, please? You're approaching a little too closely. Let me take this logo off here. Oh, she is in need of a little bit of a hair dye. Thank you, Sherry. Paula, I believe that's probably what she does. You feel free. You are in charge, girl. I know you're going to be here, so you're in charge. I'm sure she has OBS set up for that on her side. She ironed her hair down this morning. Yeah, I'd love that. Get out of here. Get out. I'm going to bet. Somebody, where's the band? But mods, we have a troll. We have a troll. You feel for Linda. I doubt that's true, Lois. Good morning, Katya. Good morning. I think some of the mods know where my link is. How are you feeling, Katya? I was just versing myself in the ways of, yes, I will. If one of your mods do not have it, I will post it for her. Right, Katya, go to bed. Trying to get you to 1K too. I think we're going to hit it about the same time, probably. I think we're going to hit it about the same time. Look at her lawyers in such good spirits this morning. Oh, God, yeah. Go back to bed, girl. Look, they're going to get started this morning. I'm going to verse myself in the ways of Linda Stermer. So she killed her husband, Todd Stermer. They were married for 14 years. She was not happy in her marriage. So on January 6th of 2007, Todd discovered that Linda was having an affair with a coworker. Is that right? Mm. I hope nobody beat you. I feel like I've been beaten. See if that works. I, I bet it will. Hopefully, we'll see. It might work. For putting up links. Sherry says, Katya, you're grounded. Stay in bed and get lots of rest. Yes, yes. So she was having an affair with a coworker named Chris Williams and told her that he wanted a divorce. The next morning, according to Linda, she and Todd argued, this time about financial matters. Oh. Thank you, Denise. Good morning, Stephanie. You have a sore car? Oh. Well, I'm glad you're starting out your morning over here. GSD's dog mom says, hi, Stephanie. As soon as they actually get started and going, I have to stop talking. She does have strange hair. And she looks so worried. She looks so worried. Linda then went to a gas station, filled her Chevy Blazer with fuel, and bought breakfast. The gas station attendant testified the back window of Linda's truck was open. At one point, it appeared that Linda was pumping gas through the back side of the vehicle and not into the gas tank. Linda had previously filled containers with gasoline at the station. Back at the house, Linda told her sons they had to leave the house because she and Todd needed to discuss some things. They were given reasons as to why the guys had to be out of the house because they were getting divorced and they needed to decide how to split everything up. According to Linda, she later went into the basement to do some laundry. There, she found a towel placed there by Todd that smelled like fuel. During this time, Linda said that Todd remained in the living room but was yelling at her from there. Goodness. While her boys are about to testify against her, I would be worried too. Oh, yeah, I imagine so. The coloring is growing out. I love beautiful gray natural hair. I really do. It does look ironed down. It does look like it. I think that technically counts as just the first housekeeping this morning. So I think Paula's going to keep up with that. But we're at 1 this morning. I don't know how many total you have so far. Right now, we're still outside of the jury's presence. It's yesterday's stream. Future son-in-law surprised us a week early. Oh, Sherry, that's awesome. You got to spend the whole day with them? Right, Lois, gray hair can be stunning. Absolutely agree with you there. At some point, Todd's yelling turned to painful screaming. Linda ran upstairs. She found a fire spread across the house. Todd himself was on fire. She ran outside and got into the family van to go get help. At around this time, neighbors saw smoke and flames coming from the Stermer's house and drove over to help. When they arrived, the neighbors saw the Stermer's van backing down the driveway, but then stop and drive forward instead, away from them. Special kind of evil. Once she got into the van, she started to reverse down the driveway, but then saw Todd outside the house covered in flames. Linda got out of the van, tried to get Todd to lie down, but realized she was unable to help him and needed to go outside and get aid. She got back into the van, but she was stuck in the mud and could not reverse. Look at the family in the gallery. Oh, wow. Been overseas for the last 9 months. Oh, wow. Are they in the service? That must have been nice on my day, Sherry. I'm sure you had a wonderful day. That's just one of many stories she's told. Okay, so this is more just like a good book then. Stuck in the mud, could not reverse, so she drove forward instead to get unstuck. At some point, she saw Todd lying on the ground, no longer on fire, got back out of the van to help him. Based on Todd's injuries and on blood later found on the front driver's side of the vehicle, Linda had struck Todd with the van. Oh my heavens. He's a combat medic for the Army. What wonderful pride.
Else before we bring in the jury?
I have nothing for Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Okay, bring in the jury.
I would be glad to check Discord, yes. If you'll go to bed, I'll check Discord. Deal? Got to turn off your autoplay, love, and then restart your YouTube on your side. Deals with evil. I'm far from evil. I do have a bit of a mean streak, though.
Welcome back, jury. Good morning. And Ms. Zideby, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'll call Trent Stermer to the stand, please.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat. And then you can move that microphone up to your mouth so the jury can hear you. It's easier to do that than try to move the chair. And if you could tell us your full name and spell the last, please.
Trenton Stermer, Stermer.
Thank you, Ms. Zideby.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Trenton. How are you?
Doing all right.
How did you know Todd Stermer?
He's my father.
And how do you know Linda Stermer?
That would be my mother.
And at the time of the fire on January 7th of 2007, were you living with your father and Linda?
Yes,
How old would you have been at that time?
12.
Who lived in the house with you at that time?
My two brothers, Corey and Trevor. Linda, my father.
Can you describe the house that you were living in at the time of the fire? Was it completely finished?
No, not completely finished. Had quite a bit of work done to it. I mean, it was getting there.
Had walls,
Had walls.
all painted?
We had just started painting a lot of the walls, yeah.
Did you have carpet?
I don't remember having too much carpet. I think we had some area rugs in various places.
And where did you sleep?
In the basement.
Was the basement finished?
Not entirely.
Do you have walls there?
We did have walls, yes.
How about ceiling?
We had just just finished the ceiling in my bedroom. It's kind of a drop ceiling.
Did you have carpet in there, or was it area rugs?
I think it was probably rugs maybe.
Do you remember the night before the fire?
Not particularly.
Anything strike you that you remember?
Arguing.
Who was arguing?
My father and Linda.
Do you recall what they were arguing about?
Not at that time. I wasn't aware.
Do you just remember the arguing the night before, or had it been going on?
It had been going on leading up to that night, yeah.
Did you ever see your dad and Linda get physical with each other?
No,
Ever see any injuries on Linda?
no, never.
Do you remember if Linda came down to the basement the night before the fire?
No,
And that was a bad question, I'm sorry. Do you remember, or did she come down or not come
I
down?
don't believe she came down, no.
Did she ever come down and sit on the basement couch with you and your brothers
The night before?
the night before?
No, not that I recall.
So she didn't cuddle with you on the basement couch?
No,
Do you recall if she slept on the basement couch that night?
I definitely don't think she did.
Had your dad worked on the furnace that night that you know of?
No,
How about the day before?
not that I recall.
Where was your bedroom in relation to the furnace room?
Directly next to it?
Did you share a wall?
Yes.
And you didn't hear him in there working on the furnace at night?
No.
Had your dad and Linda talked about divorce at all?
Yes.
Do you recall how much or how often they had talked about divorce?
Leading up to that, there was talk of them separating and who I'd like to go with.
Who asked you that?
My father.
Just asking where you wanted to live?
Yeah.
Had Linda said anything to you about divorce prior to the fire?
Not that I recall.
Do you recall the morning of the fire?
Vaguely, yes.
Do you remember what happened when you woke up?
Just told that we were going to the mall, going to the movies.
Did somebody wake you up?
Not that I remember.
Who told you were going to the movies?
I think my brother Corey.
Did you have your own room or did one of your brothers sleep in your room?
I had my own room.
Did Linda tell you why you were going to the movies?
Foundation, I thought it said Corey.
Corey woke him up.
I think I'll let you
He didn't recall, yes.
re-ask, because I think Mr. Mueller's correct on that.
Okay, I can ask the question a different way. Before you left, did Linda tell you anything about what was happening?
When we went upstairs, I believe she told us that they were working out the details of getting divorced.
Did she say anything about her moving or leaving?
She said something about her going to stay with her sister-in-law, Kim, maybe.
So you said you went upstairs, so you did not go out the basement?
No, definitely not.
So you went upstairs.
Yes.
When you went upstairs, did you see your father?
I did for a second.
Where was he?
Sitting in his chair, I believe.
And the chair was where?
In the living room.
Did you see his face?
I did, yes.
And was he awake? Was he sleeping?
Seemed like he was sleeping, potentially.
Were you able to say goodbye to your dad?
No.
Why?
We were kind of shooed out of the house.
Shoot out by who?
Linda.
Did anyone try to go over and say goodbye to your dad?
I did, yes.
What happened when you tried to go say goodbye?
She stopped me.
How did she stop you?
Put her arm out and pulled me back towards the front door.
What was common practice in your house regarding saying goodbye?
Always goodbye, love you, hug, kiss.
And you were not able to do that day, were you?
No.
Did Linda tell you anything about your father that morning?
No.
About why you couldn't say goodbye?
No, not that I recall.
Was it common practice at your house for Linda and your dad to leave purses, wallets, and keys in the vehicles?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what vehicle you and your brothers took to the movies?
Took the Blazer.
Do you remember who drove?
Corey.
Do you remember if you had a full tank of gas?
I don't remember that.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that answer.
I don't remember.
Thank you.
Do you recall moving anything out of the vehicle? Do you recall Linda moving anything out of the Blazer before you left?
I didn't see her get into the vehicle before we left.
She didn't tell you to wait while she took her purse out?
No, not that I remember.
Sustained.
Did she tell you to wait while she took anything out of the vehicle?
Not that I recall.
So where did you go when you left the house?
We went to the mall in Portage and then to the movies theater, which is right next to the mall.
How'd you find out about the fire?
Corey's friend Steven called while we were in the movie and told us that the house was on fire.
What'd you do?
We looked at each other and thought that he was kidding.
Did you call back?
He did call back,
And then what did you do?
and we were kind of in a little. I was in shock a little bit, like, is this for real? And then we decided to leave and head home.
Did you go back to your house?
Yes.
What'd you see when you got there?
Smoke, police vehicles, fire trucks, maybe. I'm not sure. Exactly.
Were you able to go up to the house?
No.
Do you remember where you stayed that night?
Well, we went to the Masalis next door. And I believe we stayed at my grandmother's that night.
Would that be, is her name Sandy?
Sandra, yes.
Was that in her one-bedroom apartment?
I believe so, yeah.
Did you talk to Linda that night?
Did, yes. She came to the Masalis at some point. And yeah, was hysterical. I don't remember necessarily talking to her, but saw her. And
Did she stay at your grandma Sandy's that night?
I don't recall.
You don't remember talking? Do you remember talking to her at all at Grandma Sandy's?
No.
Did you have pets at the time of the fire?
Yes.
What pets did you have?
I had we had a dog, Buddy. Can't remember if we had another dog, a chocolate lab, or not at that time. No, the one dog had recently passed.
Did you have a cat?
No,
You didn't have any cats?
I don't believe we had any cats at that house.
Did your dad or Linda ask you to move any framed school pictures into the shed before the fire?
Not that I recall, no.
Do you recall where pictures were stored in your house?
No, not really.
Do you guys have gas cans at your house?
Yes.
And where were those stored?
Would have been stored at either the shed in the back of the house or off of the lean-to barn that we had where the tractor was. And
Was the lean-to barn in the backyard?
no, that was off to the side in the field.
So if you're looking at the house, standing in the driveway, looking at the front of the house, was it to the left or to the right?
To the left.
Was it common to leave gas cans in the yard?
No.
Was it common for a gas can to be in the front yard?
No.
Did you have a snow blower at that time?
No.
Did you have a working lawnmower at that time?
I believe so, yeah.
Any reason why a gas can would be in the front yard in January?
I'll sustain that as to speculation.
Did you ever see a gas can in the front yard in the wintertime?
No.
You mentioned there was a tractor in the backyard, is that correct?
The tractor would have been off in the field on the left of the house.
How big of a tractor was that?
It's a pretty large tractor.
Did anyone take cars into the backyard at that home?
Yes, but not at that time of the year
When would you have taken cars into the backyard?
when the ground was dry.
So would you take the cars back there in the winter?
No.
Why would a car go in the backyard in the summer?
We would pull the cars down there, you'd drive back down the driveway and into the back fields sometimes.
Into the back fields?
Yeah,
But that was in the summer?
yeah.
So around the time of the fire, were you aware of anyone driving into the backyard?
No.
Do you recall smoke detectors in your house?
Yes.
And do you recall, let me ask you this way, were they in every room?
I don't know if they were in every room, but they were definitely throughout the house.
Are you aware if they were working or not?
As far as I was aware, they were working, beeping.
Did you ever hear them going off?
Going off, we'd change the battery at times so that the beep test would go off.
Did Linda tell you what happened when you talked after the fire?
Yeah, she gave a few different stories over the next 2 years.
Different stories? Do you recall how they were different?
Just what she did, where she went, changed.
How did they change?
At one point, she said that she went upstairs and she saw a fire and couldn't see anything, and I think she said that she couldn't make it up the stairs at one point, and that there's too much smoke or there's fire already before that. And where she went out of the house seemed to change.
What did she tell you on where she left the house?
At one point, she said that she went back downstairs and went outside the back door. And I feel like at a different point, she said that she went out the front door. But at any time that I would ask, she would get either hysterical or angry and be would attack me at times.
So when you asked her about the differences in the story, is that when she attacked you?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
A few different occasions. She, driving once, she, I think, pulled over and started smacking me or something. And another occasion, she just flat out attacked me and gave me a bloody nose and pushed me into the bathroom. Another occasion, she told Trevor to beat me up if I kept asking questions about it.
So all of these times you've just described were related to you asking why her story was different?
And what happened and how it was that my father didn't make it out.
After the fire, did Linda ever tell you what to say to police officers, insurance agents, or anyone else that you were talking to?
She did.
What'd she tell you?
I don't recall exactly. Before the first trial, I remember her, before sitting down, being deposed or whatever, she told me to just tell him that if I didn't, that I didn't remember on certain questions.
So she told you which questions to not remember?
I don't recall exactly.
But you recall her saying you recall her saying to say you didn't remember.
Right.
Did she say what would happen if you didn't do what she said?
That we wouldn't get the insurance, wouldn't get our things back.
Wouldn't get your things back?
Right.
But you made out a list of everything you lost?
Right.
Were those the things she was referring to?
Yes.
Prior to the fire, did she say anything concerning to you about your dad?
Prior to the fire?
Yes.
Yes. At one point, she had came downstairs and sat on my bed and said, wouldn't it be better if he was dead?
Take a short break. Remember the rules. I'll have you report to the jury room.
The jury leaving already? That's crazy.
Okay, the jury's left. Mr. Mueller, your objection?
I don't know how long the prosecution has known about this statement, but it's never been in any police report, any prior testimony under oath, we've never been provided with a written statement, either by the police or the prosecutor. And I want to know how long the prosecutor has known this and they didn't tell us this to where we get ambushed in trial. This, as you can imagine, could be a blockbuster. And we were entitled to know when they found out that this was going to be testimony so we could prepare for it. We have had nothing from the prosecutor.
Okay.
And I'll take the answer, then I'll respond.
Okay, Ms. Seiderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. There's lots of things these boys have never had a chance to say. They have not been interviewed since the prior trial. I have encouraged them to try to dig deep and remember everything that they have not been able to talk about. We've had some conversations over the past few weeks preparing for trial. I've asked them to try to remember things, write things down. They've not spoken to police. They were under their mother's influence during the time of the trial. I mean, I don't know everything they don't know because these boys haven't been able to even talk about it until they've actually been able to get here under oath and tell their story, Your Honor. I don't believe we have to tell every single statement that could possibly come out. I don't know everything that they remember. I don't have every detail of what they're coming on the stand and remembering. Some of these questions I'm asking as we're going through trial and I'm learning more. I learned more when Corey got on the stand on Friday. And so I'm probing more into their memory and into what they know. And this is their opportunity to finally be able to be free and able to tell what they know, regardless of what their prior testimony was, regardless of what their deposition, and regardless of law enforcement. These are statements made by the defendant.
When did you first learn that this witness was going to state that Linda asked whether, I think the statement is, wouldn't it be better if he was dead?
I think we had talked over the last few weeks preparing for trial, and I asked if there were any sort of derogatory statements, and he said that there were lots of things. He told me he was coddled by his mother, that she told and confided in him a lot, and that she had made derogatory comments about his father. And we've talked about it, and I knew I was going to ask him if there were derogatory comments because he was the one she confided in.
But the exact statement, wouldn't it be better if he was dead? You've known of that for a few weeks.
I can't say I know the exact statement. I knew there were going to be derogatory statements. I knew that Linda had said things to him. I knew that he was coddled. I knew that she had made derogatory statements about his father.
So this was the first you heard was today, that wouldn't it be better if he was dead?
I don't know if it was the first time, Your Honor. I can't say that. We've talked about a lot of derogatory statements. And so I knew that there were derogatory statements. I can't say I knew those exact words. I can't say if, I knew exact times. I can't say if I still knew those exact words.
Your Honor, I'm not so sure, frankly, the witness should be here listening to this.
Well, is there something you're going to say?
Well, no, what I'm going to say is, you asked the question directly. When's the first time they have talked over the last several weeks? Does she know the exact words that he just spoke? I don't know, but I do know this was a softball thrown to the witness for him to hit a home run. And whether she knew that exact word or the gist of it, these are the things we have to know. Because let me tell you, Your Honor, there is a whole big difference between she coddled him and she said some derogatory things about Dad, and she asked, wouldn't it be better if he was dead? And then a few days later, he's dead. It doesn't get any bigger than that, Your Honor.
Your Honor, these witnesses on these witness lists for years. He could have easily interviewed the witnesses, talked to the boys. He's had, this has never been a secret that these boys are going to testify. They testified in the first trial. They've got insurance depositions. He had every opportunity to speak to him and interview him in trial preparation as well.
There has never been a report or any testimony even remotely close to that. In fact, he's testified in other settings that he didn't speak to Mom much about the fire. So this whole idea of they're blindsided, you mean they're learning this right now as we are? I frankly doubt it. And I want to know too, Did he speak to any police officers?
Ms. Ida, so I'm just trying to hone in. Derogatory statements are one thing, but this is a powerful statement. Wouldn't it be better if dead? When did you have, maybe you didn't know the exact wording, but when did you have notice of that?
I would say in the last couple of weeks, we talked about his dad, that she wanted him out, or that they were going to be moving, and who did they want to live with, and wouldn't it be better if we were divorced? And, I mean, we've talked about an awful lot of statements with the boys. So we talked about a lot of derogatory statements. I can't be more specific than that, Your Honor.
Okay.
And this would have been in trial for over the last few weeks. I had the boys come in and I talked to them all individually. I talked to them as a group. And we talked about a lot of different areas and a lot of topics.
Okay.
And this couldn't be more explosive and detrimental to the defense.
I'm going to strike the last testimony. It appears the prosecution had notice of it. It's different than other general statements about being coddled or other general derogatory statements. It's a powerful statement, and the defense has had, even though the prosecution knew of it, the defense did not have the opportunity to prepare for it. So I'm going to direct the jury to strike the last.
Your Honor, I move for mistrial because you can never unring that bell. Once it's heard, it cannot be unheard.
Okay. I believe jurors can follow their instructions, and I will instruct them to disregard the testimony about wouldn't it be better if dead, the last testimony. So I'm going to deny the request for a mistrial.
Understand.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Anything else before we bring in the jury again?
Nothing else than that.
Okay. Welcome back, jury. I have an instruction for you, jury. You are to, I'm striking the last question and answer provided in the case before you went to the jury room. You are not to consider it in any way, and it must not affect your deliberations or verdict in any way. Thank you. And Ms. Zeiderby?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
You were living with Linda then at the time of the fire, correct?
Correct.
And you continued to live with her then for several years after that?
Unfortunately, yes.
Yes or no answer?
I'll allow it. Overruled.
After the fire, did Linda tell you anything about buying life insurance after the fire?
Not that I recall.
Okay. At the time that you were interviewed by insurance and by the police and then prior testimony, were you still dependent upon Linda?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Stermer. I'm going to ask you some questions today, just, to kind of clear up a few things, to clarify some things based on what you said in the past, okay? If I ask you these questions, I know it's difficult. I'm not just trying to do my job, okay? I hope you understand that.
Sure.
You said that, well, first, can we agree it's now 2025? The fire happened 18 years ago. You've given some testimony and some statements under oath in the years since. Can we agree that you probably had a better memory back in 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010 than you do now 15 years ago about a lot of the details?
No, I would disagree with that.
You would disagree with that?
Yes.
Do you think your memory is as good or better now?
Yes.
Why do you think that?
I was in pretty much a daze back then in the first trial, and I was kind of being manipulated by Linda at that time.
You did know what taking an oath meant, right?
Yes.
And swearing to tell the truth,
Yeah.
and the penalties if you don't tell the truth.
Right.
When you testified, you gave testimony to an insurance lawyer and you were under oath. In fact, you were asked, do you understand what an oath was? You remember that?
I honestly don't remember the first trial hardly at all.
You don't remember the first trial, but you remember all these details 18 years later.
Yeah, some of those details are ingrained in my memory.
Are you on any kind of medication that makes your memory better,
No.
or anything that makes your memory better?
No.
Back then, when you were testifying in the trial, you were living with Grandma Stermer, right? It's 2010.
Yes.
Okay, that was Todd's mom.
Correct.
Then you lived with Todd's mom, and was there any other family? Their family? Or just Todd's mom?
Trevor lived there for a brief period.
How long did you live with Grandma Stermer after like 2010?
Till I graduated high school.
About 3 or 4 years?
No, I graduated in 2011.
Okay, so about at least a year.
Yeah.
When you were told to tell the truth in court under oath, did you do that?
Honestly, like I said, I don't remember that trial hardly at all. And if I was smoking pot at that time, and I really don't remember. I was kind of in shock, so I don't remember what I said. I don't remember the questions that were asked of me.
You were just, I think, just a young teenager around then, right? 14, 15-ish?
Sounds about right. 2010, so 16 going on.
So you were smoking some pot, which made your memory not so good?
No, I was just in shock. I was blindsided by the trial and was very depressed.
You just heard Ms. Zuderveen say you've prepared with the prosecutor to get ready for today's trial.
Had only an hour maybe conversation.
An hour to talk about what you might testify to today.
Yeah.
Did you meet with any police officers with or without the prosecutors
Recently?
the last few months?
No.
I just want to go over a couple things about your testimony. One of the big things I want to talk about was, you said the furnace. Remember you talked about the furnace? And how you didn't hear your dad, whether he was working on the furnace or not, the night before the fire?
Yeah.
The furnace would go out of whack. It'd go off and on sometimes, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
Would it shut off sometimes, to your knowledge?
No.
If I may approach, Your Honor. Get off the microphone first. In that little binder right here, see this? See that? It's called an exam under oath. It was testimony you gave on September 6th of 2007. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
You have to say yes or no. And you were asked on page 3, do you solemnly swear?
I'm just going to object. I don't know if we're using this to refresh his memory. He's already said he doesn't remember the trial. He doesn't remember the questions. So I don't know if we're refreshing memory or what we're doing here.
I'm going to refresh the memory. I just have a question. Did you take an oath?
Are you using this for memory
In a
refreshment?
second, yes.
Okay, I'll
This
let
is
you
a
lay the
different question.
foundation.
Thank you. You remember being asked that question on page 3? Did you take an oath?
I don't remember that question, no.
Okay. Does it refresh your memory if you look at page 3 from 3 till 5 or 6? Do you solemnly swear that everything you say in the statement?
Your Honor, I guess I'm just going to object. We've just talked about it. It doesn't refresh his memory. He doesn't remember it. He's already testified to that.
I'll sustain the objection as to foundation for memory refreshment.
If we go to page 15, I want you to read that to yourself.
Where?
Page 15. We'll strike that. You go to something else. You don't recall the furnace being sometimes needing to be worked on by your dad?
I mean, the house was being built as we were living in it, so I don't recall there being many issues with the furnace after it was, I mean, in the beginning when we were living there, we were using kerosene heaters. So once the furnace was up and running, I don't remember there being any issues with it.
Okay. Do you recall, let's talk about the construction of the house, that in the living room, like the whole living room area, Your Honor, these have been previously admitted as Exhibit O, floor plan of the house. I'm going to show you this drawing that we've gotten. Does that kind of depict the layout of the first floor of the house?
That's about right, yeah.
Right, big living room, you got a dining room off the back right corner.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes,
And the front door's here where the foyer is?
correct.
Okay. You recall that the living room had, the whole floor was exposed wood with just some throw rugs.
Yes, sounds about right.
You're now how old?
32?
32. Do you know what OSB flooring is, like subfloor?
I do, yes.
That was all subfloor.
Yes,
And there were a lot of exposed beams and things in the house.
Exposed beams? No, I don't believe so. I think we had already gotten the drywall up on the ceilings and the walls for the most part.
Basement told us that the ceilings were not drywall, right? And this is kind of a good layout of the basement. Your fourth bedroom, your bedroom, your rec living room.
Is it submitted exhibit
That's
two?
part of it.
Okay, part of O.
So
Yes. So I think that we had just recently put in the ceiling in at least my bedroom, and I believe Corey's bedroom as well.
certainly, the house, as you said, was unfinished. You were still completing building it as you moved in, right?
Yes.
The smoke detectors you talked about, do you know how they worked?
For the most part, I believe so.
Were they hardwired? Were they just the kind you put batteries in?
I believe they were hardwired and had batteries in them.
Okay. In the month or so before the fire, do you recall, as you sit here, whether they were working?
To the best of my knowledge, they were working, yes.
Okay. You didn't have any alarms go off though, did you?
In what sense?
Smoke alarms in that month before the fire
No,
or the fall before the fire?
no. But like I said earlier, there was like the beep test to warn you when the battery was low, and it changed the batteries out.
The Chevy Blazer that you took to the mall, you said Corey drove?
Yes,
That was mom and dad's car?
it's somewhat of a shared vehicle, yes.
And if Corey drove, where were you sitting?
I would have been in the back seat.
Behind the driver, behind the passenger?
I think I would have been behind the passenger seat.
So then Trevor would have been in the front passenger seat?
Yes,
You didn't see Linda Stermer get in the vehicle or do anything before you left the house, would that be fair?
that would be fair.
So you wouldn't have known what she did or didn't do before you left the house, right?
Correct.
And I think you said you woke up about it, I don't know, 11 o'clock-ish,
I have no idea.
when Linda had you and your brother leave. She wasn't acting upset or sad or anything, was she?
She was acting angsty.
Antsy?
Angsty?
Like anxious?
Yeah.
Let me ask you to turn to page 16 of your examination under oath and read to yourself exhibit 3 to 7.
Okay.
Okay. Does that refresh your memory that mom was acting normal and was not extra upset or extra sad?
I guess I'm just going to object. I would prefer that he ask if that refreshed his memory. He's already said he doesn't remember a lot of these interviews, so
Your
without
Honor,
going into the entire
I'm sure there's a
question.
legal objection coming somewhere.
I think we're blending memory refresh with prior inconsistent statements. So if you
Understood.
could just lay the foundation for one or the other or both.
Was mom upset or sad?
Upset or sad?
Yes.
No, I don't. She didn't seem upset or sad necessarily.
She seemed normal.
She seemed in a rush. She seemed like she was trying to quickly get us out of the house
Okay.
without seeing my father.
When you gave testimony and you were asked this question, just normal mom, your answer was, yeah. Would that be right?
That's what it says, but again, I don't remember that.
Understood. But when you swore to tell the truth and you were 15-ish, 14-ish, you would have told the truth, right?
Not necessarily.
You might have lied under oath.
Potentially.
And I want to direct your attention to a couple years later, when you testified at a hearing in 2010. And that's this one here, just this stapled piece of paper. You see that?
What? What are we looking
This
at?
one, yep, that has the same kind of caption. You see that one? Let me see. Nope, the other one. And I want to turn your attention to page 130. Lines 14 through 18.
Lines what?
14 to 18. You were asked the question, your mom was acting normally that day. Is that true?
Your Honor, I guess I'm going to object for the same grounds. Are we refreshing his memory? Are these prior inconsistent statements? He's already said he doesn't remember.
Your Honor, that's an inconsistent statement. He just said she wasn't acting normally.
I'll allow it as
Thank you.
inconsistent statement.
No. The question was, your mom was acting normally that day. Is that true? Your answer, that's true. And it's true to say that your mom, was sad after the fire, and your answer was yes.
Again, I don't remember that day of the trial. I was in a daze. I was in a state of shock.
Well, you knew the difference between right and wrong, correct?
Yes.
You knew the difference between a truth and a lie. Yes.
Yes.
You knew that when you take an oath and you swear with your hand that you have to tell the truth. True?
Right.
And so you did tell the truth in that court hearing.
Again, I don't remember that day, and I was in a state of shock. I don't remember the questions. I don't remember my responses. I don't remember much of that time period.
Okay. When your mom was, and you guys were going to the movies, your mom didn't tell you any type of specific time to come home, did she?
Not to me.
Okay. You didn't hear your mom say, look, I need you to stay out till after about 5 o'clock. Go do things, go to a movie. Just don't come back till dinner time. She never said that to you anyways.
Not to me, at least.
Yeah. And you didn't hear her say anything like, look, just go out for a little bit and come back in an hour and a half, right?
No, I don't believe so.
But your mom, I think you testified, told you that your dad and her were arguing and they were working out a conflict.
Not working out a conflict, working out the details of getting divorced. Can I ask you to turn your attention, sir, to page 122 of that trial when you were under oath? And look at lines 13 to 15. Are you there? Yep.
Was this question and answer given? Was there a reason given as to why she wanted you to go to the movies? Your answer was, they were working on a conflict. That would have been true.
If that's what I said, then a conflict is in getting divorced, separated, her moving in with Kim, or going to stay with Kim.
You told our jury this morning that you saw your dad as you were walking out, and he was in I think a recliner chair, like a lazy boy type chair.
I can't remember if it was a rocking chair or a recliner chair.
Would have been in the living room.
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you to turn your attention to that same document, the trial testimony, at page 125. Lines 12 to 17. Are you there?
Yes.
You were asked a question. When you left the house, before you left the house that morning, did you see your dad at all? Your answer was no. You didn't see him at all? I don't believe so. That was your testimony, right? Under oath?
Again, I don't remember that.
But if you were under oath, swore to tell the truth in a court like this, you would have, right?
Again, not necessarily, because I was being told to say certain things by Linda at that time.
But at that time, January of 2010,
Prior to that,
you were living with Grandma Stermer, right?
sounds about right.
And you knew what perjury was, right?
I don't believe I did at that time, no.
Your dad, you said, could be, use the word loopy before the 7th. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe we were told that he was on some medication for ear infection.
Okay. But you personally observed him before the 7th being loopy, right? It wasn't just being told.
I believe there was at one point he was kind of out of it.
Okay. But this was several occasions before the day of the fire, wasn't it?
Sounds about right.
In fact, you said one time you saw him in front of the refrigerator, open the door, and he just stood there. Like you didn't even know what to do, right?
I don't recall.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. I'm going to ask you to turn your attention to page 132 of your testimony from January of 2010. And let me know when you get there.
Yeah.
Lines 12 through 16.
Yeah.
Does that refresh your memory about how he might stand in front of the fridge?
Vaguely.
You had your relationship after your, before the fire, you were pretty close with your dad, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. But it was also easier to talk to Linda because she'd kind of let you get away with more things.
No, I wouldn't say that.
And give you permission, right?
No, I wouldn't agree with that.
You wouldn't agree with that? Let me turn your attention to this transcript that's in the binder. And I ask you to look at page 19. From 10 till 16. You see that?
Yes.
You were asked under oath. I'm not saying you liked one more than the other, but did you find it easier to talk to either your mom or your dad more than the other one? And your answer was probably our mom, because she would let us do more. And the question was, if you needed permission, she was a little easier to ask. Answer, yeah. That was your testimony under oath, right? Yes.
Sounds about right, yeah.
And if you swore to tell the truth and you were asked that question and gave that answer, it's because it was the truth, right?
Probably, yeah.
You said you had a lot of conversations with your mom after the fire about how it started, and she'd get mad, right?
I would try to have conversations about it, yes.
And she'd get mad.
She
You
would
said
either get,
hysterical once, I think that you said mad.
yeah, there was several times that she would either get hysterical and then angry or try to end the conversation.
But it was several times you had done that, right?
There's a few at least.
Okay. I want you to turn your attention to the same document, page 20 at the bottom and the top of page 21. You there?
Yes.
You were asked the question under oath, did you ever talk to your mom about how the fire started? And your answer was not really, because when we did, I don't know, she was like really upset. So you really didn't talk to your mom much about the fire.
Like I said, I tried to.
You gave that question an answer, that answer to that question under oath, so it would have been the truth.
Again, I was in a state of shock at that time, and I was trying to not think about it.
I think you were asking questions about, did you ever see mom and dad hit each other or anything like that, right?
When?
This morning?
I think the question was, was there violence?
Yeah, there never was, right? As far as you ever saw.
No, not really.
And the night before the fire, you would have gone to bed around 11 o'clock. You were 12 years old. It's on Christmas break, the last night before you go back to school, right? Or it would have been 2 nights, Saturday night.
I don't recall.
Okay, did you go to bed around 11 o'clock?
I have no idea what time I went to bed.
Okay. Let me turn your attention to that same binder at page 10. Lines 23 to 25. You with me?
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory that you went to bed probably around 11 o'clock that night?
It doesn't refresh my memory, but the question is like 11, is that like 2 o'clock? I mean, I don't know how late you stay up. I said probably 11 or 12, so
So 11 or 12.
that sounds about right.
And you wouldn't have known what your dad might have been doing that day or the day before with regard to the furnace anyways, right?
I would have, I believe, because I was directly next to it. I shared a wall with it.
I know sleeping, but during the day you guys were out, right? Would do things. It's Christmas break.
I don't believe we were out and about that much.
Would you agree if Trevor says we'd go to the mall a lot and do things because not much to do for a teenager in Lawrence? Do you agree with that?
Sure, but I wasn't always involved in Corey and Trevor going to the mall.
Give me just 1 second, Your Honor. You've told us here today that you don't remember a lot about that earlier testimony under oath. Remember that?
Yes.
Because you were smoking dope, right?
Yes.
And you were in a state of stress and flux, right?
Right.
When you met with the prosecutor, did you tell the prosecutor, I don't have a very good memory of a lot of that stuff because I was smoking dope back then?
I don't recall ever saying that. Linda had basically encouraged me to smoke pot, so it kind of carried on after that.
Is there anything you're on now that's affecting your memory or making your memory better?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Any other questions?
Thank you, Ron. Linda told you to go for a movie and breakfast. Is that accurate?
I don't recall. I don't recall her telling me specifically what to do. Just go to the mall, go to the movies.
Linda was your only parent left after the fire. Is that correct?
Correct.
When you're looking at that past transcript, does it refresh your memory of that you said it or that it happened?
Which?
Yeah. And when you look at that transcript, do you remember saying those things?
No, I don't.
Do you remember that those things were accurate?
I don't remember if those were necessarily accurate.
Are some of them not accurate according to your memory?
Yes.
Why would you have said some of the things that you said in that transcript?
Well, there was, leading up to that, before the trial, before Linda had gotten arrested, I felt threatened by her and what I might say.
So she wanted you to say some of those things you said?
I believe so, yeah.
You still relied on her at that time, is that correct? Did you rely on her
At the time of the trial,
at the time you made these statements?
I believe so.
Would you have relied on her for finances?
I believe so.
Are you under anyone's influence or threat today?
No.
Are you testifying from your memory of what actually happened?
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Just a few. Thank you. Did you say you felt threatened by your mom when you were giving this testimony?
Leading up to the testimony, I don't exactly remember what was going on at this time of the testimony.
If you look at that little stapled piece of paper, not the one with the case caption, that other one is police report. See that? Yes. That was in October of 2009. You see that? Yes?
I don't know where, yes.
On the front page.
Yes.
Okay. Did you feel threatened by Linda then?
Was this prior to her being incarcerated?
I just want to know, did you feel threatened?
If it was prior to her being incarcerated, then yes, I did.
But certainly if it was before October of 2009, you wouldn't have felt threatened, correct?
Not necessarily.
You still would have felt threatened.
Potentially.
Okay. Well, I want to know your memory, not.
I don't know the exact timeline.
Okay. You were living, by the time you testified in the court hearing in January of 2010, you'd been living with Grandma Stermer for about 6 months, since about the middle of summer. You remember that?
Sounds about right.
Okay, so, and when you spoke to this police officer in October, you'd been living with Grandma Stermer for about 4-5 months, since the middle of summer.
Okay.
Right. Did you ever tell the police officer, I feel threatened by Linda?
I don't recall.
If it's, strike that. You don't like your mom very much right now, do you? Would that be fair?
That's one way of putting it, yeah.
That's mildly putting it, right? You really, really dislike your mom right now, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
How old were you in 2009?
Well, my birthday's in February, so would have been 15, I believe, depending on the month.
15, depending on the month.
Yeah. 2009 would be 16.
And then in 2007, when the fire happened and when you were talking to insurance agents and police officers, how old would you have been in 2007?
I was 12, almost 13.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All those times, obviously, you were old enough to know what telling the truth and taking an oath was, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jury, any questions of him? I've got at least one hand going up, couple. Sir, I have some questions from the jury. Okay, no objection from the lawyers. Did you kids have Linda's second cell phone when you went to the mall?
I don't believe I was aware of the second cell phone until after the fire.
Okay. Did you, if you know, you may not know, did you at any time receive money from the insurance company to replace your lost items?
I don't believe so.
When did you start calling your mom Linda?
Pretty much as soon as I found out that she murdered my father.
Your Honor, I move to strike.
Counsel were given the opportunity to object to the question. There's no objection, so I'm not going to strike his answer. Any counsel have any, thank you, sir. Counsel have any questions of him in light of those questions and answers?
Did you have your own cell phones as teenagers?
Yes.
And then you said you became aware of her having a second cell phone after the fire?
Yes.
How did you become aware of her having a second cell phone?
I believe Corey told me.
So you didn't personally know?
I wasn't necessarily aware of her having two phones, no.
You hadn't seen her with them?
It just didn't, I don't believe that I recognized it as two separate phones.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Just a couple. Regarding that question about calling Ms. Stermer Linda, you lived with your mom for a period of a couple of years after the fire, right?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Well, and you didn't call her Linda until sometime after about 2010, would that be right?
I may have started calling her Linda when she would attack me when I was asking about the fire. I don't recall exactly when
Would, just trying to place it a little tighter, would it have been around the time you started living with Grandma Stermer?
No, it's probably as soon as she got incarcerated and that I became aware that she was even being investigated.
Okay. But you said around the time incarcerated, there was a time in June of '09 where Ms. Stermer was arrested for this fire. It's around that, and that's the time when you went to move in with Grandma Stermer, right?
Yeah.
And that's around the time when you just told us you started calling Ms. Stermer.
I really don't
Linda.
remember when I started calling her Linda.
But you started then calling her Linda instead of Mom.
Your Honor, I guess he's miscategorizing the witness's testimony. He said that he thought he
The
was
same
when he
with
was
Your Honor,
being
the
attacked
speeches.
for conflicting statements.
Okay. I am going to sustain that objection. He's indicating he doesn't remember.
Can we just get a caution, Your Honor, with regard to the speaking objections? Form foundation is a legal objection. Thank you.
Her objections are fine, and your objections are fine.
Thank you.
Questions, either of you?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, any more questions?
None, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Jury, do you have any other questions of him? None? Thank you, sir. You're done and you're excused from your subpoena. Okay, thank you. Counsel, did you want to take a morning break
That's
at this
fine,
time? Okay. So jury will take a 15-minute break. I know you've already had a short one, but, and remember the rules, no discussions about the case, no media, no social media.
Wow. What do we think, chat? I see such conflicting, just different feelings about this case so far. Everybody has different feelings. See you soon, Sissy. Thank you so much for coming by. I love her little profile pic. Let me go back up and check some of these.
The jury's left. Any matters to address in our break?
I have none, Your Honor. Thank you.
None, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll be in recess.
10:50, Your Honor.
50, yeah, or 10:45.
45.
So Benny thinks that it was a freak accident and she's completely innocent. And then Susan thinks the opposite. She's the doubts, but we're just going to just leave it there and go through the rest of the testimony. You can chat for a bit. Oh, you can't chat for a bit. Okay, Paula, go do your stuff. Go do your stuff. We have to have you for Lori, Katya says. Katya, are you coming up, love? Do you want to come up and hang out? Or did you get did you get your bathing done? Are you clean? Yeah, that's when we have to decide obviously after testimony and evidence. And this is a retrial, so some of it we already know, right? 20 meters or 20 minutes? Another coffee. I'm fixing to go refill my coffee while we're on a little break too. It is a hard one. So I'm coming in off the back end of it, and I was reading through before the trial started. I was reading through some of the things from the last trial. And so I think where I left off, according to Linda, she got in the van. She started to reverse down the driveway while there was a house fire, and she saw Todd outside the house and he was covered in flames. She said she got out of the van and tried to get Todd to lie down, but realized she was unable to help him and needed to get outside aid. So she got back in the van, but she was stuck in the mud and couldn't reverse it out. So she drove forward instead. Going to get coffee and wash your face, Rubber? Another good crime story? I'm sure there's tons. I'm sure there's tons. William, what is your little avatar here? Is that a shoulder? What is your avatar showing me? Let me know. Let me know what your avatar is. Benny? Yeah, but I think Benny said they were in London as well. Or in the UK as well. Katya says, good morning, Rubber Ramada. She got back in the van. She was stuck in the mud. She drove forward instead to get unstuck. At some point, she saw Todd lying on the ground, no longer on fire. She got back out of the van to help him based on Todd's injuries and on blood later found on the front driver's side of the vehicle. It appeared as if Linda had struck Todd with the van. At this point, Linda saw her neighbors heading toward them and screamed at them to call 911. When the neighbors found Todd, he was severely burned and largely naked, wearing only boots and a pair of sweatpants pulled down to his ankles. Oh gosh. One of the neighbors grabbed clothes from his vehicle and draped them over Todd to keep him warm. Emergency responders eventually arrived and provided aid to Todd, who was unresponsive. They moved Todd away from an oil tank near the house in case that too caught fire, but soon after moving him, Todd stopped breathing. Although the first responders performed CPR, he was pronounced dead at the scene. Oh. Dr. Markey later performed an autopsy of Todd Stermer and found the cause of death to be a combination of burns and smoke inhalation. Maria, that's a good question. It did say that they had seen her at some point at the very beginning. It said they were arguing about financial matters in the morning. Linda went to a gas station, filled her Chevy Blazer with fuel, and bought breakfast. The gas station attendant testifies that the back window of Linda's truck was open, and at one point appeared that Linda was pumping gas through the back side of the vehicle and not into the gas tank. Linda had previously filled containers with gasoline at the station. My dad at his bedside before he passed in 2017. Oh, okay. That's your dad's hospital gown you see more of. I see. What a beautiful memory you share with everybody every day. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss too. I do love the fact that you share that memory with everybody every day, though. How warming that is. Let's see. The autopsy. Oh, the autopsy stated that the cause of death is a combination of burns and smoke inhalation. Additionally, they found blunt force injuries to Todd's head, but could not say if these injuries were caused by him being struck by an object multiple times or being struck by a vehicle, or maybe possibly both. We appreciate you, Genevieve. We appreciate you being here. Everybody's entitled to an opinion on different things and cases, so I don't think Katya for sure I know doesn't want an echo chamber. And Katya wants to know whereabouts you are. Okay, Swan, thanks. Been since 2017, but my pops was old school Puerto Rican guy who helped everybody he ran into. I love that for you. I love that for you. What a great memory. Let's see, being struck by a vehicle or both. While Todd's blood tested negative for controlled substances, the toxicology lab found hydrocodone, or Vicodin, I guess if you want to call that, in his urine, which suggests that hydrocodone was ingested some hours or days before his death, since the drug had been cleared from his blood but remained in his urine. On the day of the fire, and again 2 days later, Linda Stermer was interviewed by a detective with the sheriff's department and conveyed her version of events. Had they already played her interrogation in this trial? You're in McNairy County, Tennessee. Selmer, Tennessee was one of the many places that endured a lot of damage from the tornadoes, right? Last week. How scary that must have been for the people that were there. I can't imagine. Stemmer told the investigators that Todd had an oil lamp and candles burning in the house, and that he would often have to bleed fuel from the furnace, which could explain how it got on the towel in the laundry and perhaps on Todd as well. The insurance investigators tested 2 towels from the home's washing machine. Both tested positive for gasoline. Not yet, Hannah? I'm sure if there is an interrogation to be had, then we will see it. Oh, Katya says she's going to keep you in her thoughts for sure. Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of people. I had heard that there were volunteers headed that way, even as far out as Texas, for cleanup. The day of the fire, and again 2 days later, Linda was interviewed by a detective. We saw that. She was also interviewed by private investigators hired by the insurance company for her homeowner's policy, and these interviews were recorded and transcribed. When speaking to the insurance investigator, Stermer was asked if she had any opinions as to what could have started the fire. In response to this, she said, I feel like maybe Todd yelled at me once during the day and told me that nobody else would ever have me, and I think maybe that he meant for both of us too. I don't think I was supposed to be here. That's that's damaging. That's damaging. My question is, husband was burning and she said, I know. Like, who does that? Who gets in a car? Like, let me go for help. And not did she have one phone. I think I just heard she had 2 phones. He left a legacy of being kind to others, case 1 says for you, William. Very sus, Maria. Very. Yeah. I love that. Okay? Do no harm. Okay? Hi, do no harm. How are you? Maria is sending un abrazo for you, William. A big hug for you. On June 5th, 2009, over 2 years after the fire, Stermer was arrested and charged with premeditated murder and with felony murder in the course of committing arson, both first-degree murder under Michigan law. Wow. According to the prosecution, Stermer either sedated Todd or knocked him unconscious before dousing him with gasoline and setting him on fire. and when Todd escaped from the fire, Stermer ran him over with her truck. Was it a truck or a van? Y'all are confusing me. Give me whiplash. On the other hand, the defense argued that the fire was either an accident or was intentionally set by Todd, and that Stermer accidentally struck Todd with her vehicle. Interesting. Gracias, María. Necesito ese abrazo. La amo con mucho respeto. Let's see. William appreciates your thoughts, Case one. At trial, the story of Todd's death was presented to the jury. While Stermer did not testify, her version of events was relayed through her interviews with the insurance investigators, which were admitted as trial exhibits and large portions of which were read into the record. A conversion van, right? Okay, good. I thought that's what I read. They say truck, they say van. You know how people are. It's semantics. She hit him with something of a vehicular nature, but still, in a trial, those details are important. My light is indeed broken. Oh, Katya. You like it when I read all the comments? some people won't necessarily agree. Let's see. She didn't testify the first time. So, aside from the witnesses discussed above, several others testified in support of either the prosecution or defense theories of the case. Most notably, the prosecution called a fire investigator as an expert witness. Did I read in Spanish? No, you didn't see that. I didn't do that. Lois says, hello, Maria. Well, they can read them on their own. You're right. They can. But that would be no fun for me. Then I'd have to sit here and make up things to say. And then I'd be boring. I don't want to be boring. And then you'll leave. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Detective Sergeant Scott Leroy. No sabes leer porque no sabes inglés. That's why, Katya. Hey, it's your stream. You're allowed to make up things to say. Oh, is there somebody in here? Who's the secret person that doesn't like me reading the messages out loud? Come forward now or forever hold your comments. Yeah, well, you said it. Es que no hablas inglés. Maria, no. You do, you see, your finger said that you do like it when your thought process says that you don't. But you do. I know you do. You're one of them people that like to hear your name out loud. I love to hear my name out loud in the stream. That people know that I'm there. I get in trouble though because I will sing a name. Like I'll see a name like Maria and I'll sing a song that goes along with it, and then somebody will be like, oh, my name was traumatizing. Don't sing that song. Don't sing that song. It's traumatizing. See, Sherry likes it. They can get stuff done and listen. Girl, you go and do that laundry. Shake, shake, shake. Shake out that laundry. He says, I like it. I can work while you read all the comments. I think it's cringy hearing you think it's cringy hearing your name? I love saying the word Katya. Katya. It's beautiful. I think the phone's ringing somewhere. Denise, there you are. Maria, Maria. Yes, I love that song. So, Hio, we'll take. You're silly. We can dual stream anytime you want, though. You know I love hanging out with you. We did a stream the other night with Rubber Ramada with Sheila, and it was amazingly funny. Amazingly funny. It was so good to have all of us up there. Aren't we always doing laundry? I feel like I'm either always doing laundry or doing dishes. That or sweeping. There's like the 3 big fat chores in the house. Every day, every single day. Let's see. Detective Sergeant Scott Leroy, who was employed by the Michigan State Police Fire Investigation Unit, testified for the prosecution as an expert in the field of determining cause and origin of fires. He investigated the Stermer house fire. Detective Leroy concluded that the fire originated in the first floor living room and was intentionally set. Detective Leroy based these conclusions on the speed of the fire, a comparison of areas with the most damage versus areas with the least damage, the time of day, and the fact that 2 adults were at home. He could not determine whether accelerants were present on the living room floor because the floor was consumed by the fire. A canine search team found no ignitable liquid residue in the home. Interesting. Interesting. Dishes, laundry, and driving. Oh, and the driving. See, I have a 24-year-old. He drives himself now, but way back when. Nightbot, thank you for the reminder. We have 21 people or so in chat. If you would, leave your DNA on the like button for Katya. It helps get us out into the algorithm. Katya is very, very close to her hitting her first 1,000 subscribers, and I am here for it. Oh, look, a ceiling shot. Who's coming through the ceiling? Are y'all watching this? What happened? Is somebody coming through there? They're creeping me out. You get stressed about what you be cooking? I have a very bad... Oh! Here we go.
Back on the record in the case of People versus Linda Stermer. Any matters to address before we bring in the jury?
I have none, Your Honor.
Done, Your Honor.
Thank you. We'll bring in the jury.
Is that good or bad, Rubber? Duolingo? Maria, I was going to say, I have a bad habit of waiting till the last minute to decide to cook. And then I just cook something fast like mac and cheese or something, or grilled cheese. But I love cooking. I lie. I cook a lot. You're distracted, Swan? Why? What are you going to cook today? I think pozole sounds good. I think I should make that this week. And it's cold enough still. I can make it one more time. William says he saw smoke out of the van.
Ms. Seiderman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can call Trevor Stermer to the stand, please.
If you raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And I'll actually take that document from you. Thank you. Is this defense? Mr. Mueller, this is yours. Thank you. And sir, you've got the microphone in front of your mouth. That's good. If you could give us your full name and spell the last, please.
Trevor Stermer, Stermer.
Thank you. Ms. Seiderman?
Thank you, Your Honor. Trevor, did you know Todd Stermer?
Yes, I did.
How'd you know him?
He was my dad.
And do you know Linda Stermer?
Yes, I do.
How do you know her?
She was my mother.
And in 2007, at the time of the fire, how old were you?
I was 14, turning 15 in a month.
Where did you live?
Lawrence, Michigan, County Road 215.
Who lived with you in that house?
My parents and my 2 brothers, Trent and Corey.
Can you describe the house for the jury?
It was a large house. My dad had built it from the ground up. We were all very proud of it. It's a wonderful home for our family.
How long had you lived there before the fire?
We had been there 2 years, approximately.
Was it 100% finished?
For the most part, I would say 95.
Was the 5% carpet and floor coverings?
There was a couple decks that were left unfinished on the outside. There was maybe one room that didn't have carpeting at that point. Well,
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
the basement, I don't believe that was ever supposed to have carpet. We had an epoxy ceiling on the floor and then area rugs, but that was what it was meant to be.
That was what it was meant to be?
Yeah.
And then did you have a ceiling in the basement?
The bedrooms did. The main area, I don't believe that was supposed to have a ceiling at that point.
Where was your bedroom?
My bedroom was the loft area, the third level of the house.
So not the basement, right?
Well, I was only in my bedroom, the loft area, for about a week. Maybe my dad was working on it a couple weeks up to the fire and had just completed it. So I maybe only spent 5 nights in my actual bedroom. Other than that, I slept in the basement with my brothers.
So when you say the loft, that wasn't the basement level, correct?
No,
And it wasn't the main level where the kitchen and the living room were,
Nope.
correct, right? So was it actually then the second story?
yes, there was another set of stairs that went just to the loft. It was one bedroom and that was my room.
Was it an open loft?
Nope, you would go up the stairs and there was a doorway on the right that would lead to my bedroom. That was the only room up there. But on the left side of the stairway, there was a small little landing area that looked over the great room.
Do you recall if you had smoke detectors in the house?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you recall how many rooms had smoke detectors?
All of them,
Do you recall if they were working or not?
yes.
How do you know they were working?
My dad installed every one of them. I knew how meticulous he was about his work and about safety. And there was times I could remember we'd be cooking in the kitchen or something and smoke would come up and all the alarms in the house would go off at that point because they were all connected. The whole house would sound.
Do you remember the night before the fire?
Yes, I do.
And what do you remember about the night before the fire?
Sometime in the evening, maybe 7 o'clock, an argument broke out between my parents. It was a really heated argument. We were instructed, I would have been staying in my bedroom upstairs in the loft area, but I was instructed to go down to the basement with my brothers because it was such a heated argument. And the basement with my brothers because it was such a heated argument. And
Do you recall what it was about?
yes,
What was it about?
well, we could hear very clearly the argument. I mean, it was loud and you could just hear through the whole house down there. But it started with finance and some issues that they were having, particularly Linda's horses and how that was draining our family. There was a lot of, the argument was spent about infidelities on Linda's part.
Do you remember how late into the night that arguing happened and that fighting?
I would say 10:30 p.m.
And you were in the basement then at that time?
Yes.
Did Linda come down into the basement that night?
She may have come down and just said goodnight, but didn't spend any significant time down there if she had.
She didn't watch TV with you?
No,
Didn't cuddle with anyone on the couch?
no.
Didn't sleep on the couch?
No,
Did you ever see your dad and Linda get physical with each other?
never saw physical violence.
Ever see any injuries on Linda?
No,
You slept then in the basement that night?
that night I did, yes.
Whose room did you sleep in?
With my brother Corey, his and Trenton's rooms were connected.
Did you hear your dad working on the furnace the night before?
No, he did not come down that night.
Had you spoken to your parents about what would happen if there was a divorce?
I had had a talk with my dad at one point, never with Linda.
And that was prior to the fire?
Yeah, a couple months prior to that, my dad and I were sitting at the table and doing a Bible study, and he had brought up some issues that they were having in the marriage, and he said he was only sticking it out because of us kids at that point. And I told him, obviously, I would want to be with him. I would have lived with him if there was any split.
And then you stayed in the basement all that long and slept?
That night,
That
yes,
night?
I had.
Do you recall what happened when you woke up or how you woke up?
I woke up earlier than my brothers that morning, probably 8 o'clock, 8 a.m., and I tried to go upstairs, and Linda had stopped me halfway up the stairs and told me to stay in the basement. I said, I'm going upstairs to get something to eat. She said, no, I'll bring you something down, and brought me down a Pop-Tart or a granola bar, something to that effect. So I went back downstairs and started watching TV. Then maybe around 9 o'clock, an argument broke out between my parents again.
And you heard that argument?
I did, yes.
And you were still in the basement?
Yes.
At some point, did Linda come down?
She did, yes.
And what happened when she came down?
Well, I had attempted to go upstairs again, and she met me at the bottom of the stairs that time and said, she called us boys together, said that we were going to be going up to Portage to go to the mall that day, and she needed us out of the house. She said that we had to go watch a movie. I told her I did not want to go that day, and she insisted.
You told her you did not want to go?
I did not want to go.
Did she tell you why she wanted you to go to the movie?
She said that her and my dad might continue to argue, and she didn't want us to hear that.
Did she give you any money?
She gave my oldest brother, Corey, $20.
So what did you do after she told you to go to the movies? Or the mall, excuse me, the mall.
It was probably 10:30. She came down and instructed us that we'd be going to the movies. We spent a little bit of time getting ready, my brothers and I, and around 11 a.m. we made our way upstairs, guided by Linda. And once we got to the top of the stairs, she was telling us to remain silent, don't disturb your dad. So we got to the top of the stairs, and the front entryway would have been on our right, going up the stairs, going out of the house. My dad was to the left. I tried to push my way to the left and go say goodbye to him that morning, because he would have wanted to know where we were going if we were leaving the house. She positioned herself in front of me, said, no, don't disturb him, he's sleeping right now. And I could see him there on the couch. So
You saw him in the living room?
Yes, I did.
Did you see his face?
Yes,
Was he awake or was he sleeping?
he was sleeping or incapacitated.
He didn't have his eyes open.
No, he did not.
Did I move a strike, Your Honor? Speculating.
Response?
I think I asked him, what you saw?
I'll allow the question and the answer. It's responsive somewhat to the question.
So you didn't talk to him before you left?
No, I did not talk to him.
And you said Linda physically pushed you away from the living room?
She positioned herself in between me and the living room at that point and put her hands up, told me, no, you guys need to get out of the house. And she said, was very panicked and said, don't disturb your dad, he's sleeping, be quiet. So at that point I turned, went to the front entryway, proceeded to put my shoes on as my brothers were there as well. And the room circled back around from that entryway, kind of horseshoed around to the living room. After I put my shoes on, I again tried to go the opposite way to go see my dad, because it was just entirely uncommon that I would leave the house without seeing him, saying goodbye to him. And she ran in front of me at that point as well from the other direction and stopped me, said, no, you need to go.
So you said it was highly uncommon. What was common before you left the house?
We always told our dad where we were going. We'd give him a hug and a kiss goodbye and tell him when we would be back.
Was it common that your mom would leave her purse in her vehicle?
I don't think it would have been too common. Her purse was always with her.
Did you see her purse that morning when you came up from the basement?
It's possible. I can't say for sure.
Did she ever ask you to wait while she took her purse out of the Blazer?
No.
Did she come out to the Blazer with you as you were leaving?
I don't believe so.
Did you ever see Linda or did you know if Linda had more than one cell phone?
She had a second cell phone.
Did you see the second cell phone?
Yes.
How did you know she had a second cell phone?
The second phone had been around for several months prior to the fire. It originated as a business phone. My dad was aware of it at one point. They had a business, we had a large truck, and they would haul trailers and RVs out west to various states, and that was a business practice for them. That was a road phone, or it started that way. 3 months before the fire, my dad instructed her to deactivate the phone. There was no need for it. They were no longer doing that business venture, and she told him that she had deactivated it.
Was there a time that you saw your dad answer the second phone?
I don't recall seeing him answer it, but I do recall him being made aware of her still in possession of that second cell phone.
Do you ever recall any arguments about that cell phone?
Yes, I do.
What were those arguments about?
That was the night before the fire. You could hear him yelling about her still having the second phone in her possession and a bill that she had concealed from him indicating it was still in use.
Do you recall what vehicle you took then to the movies or to the mall?
We took the Chevy Blazer.
Who usually drove that?
That was Linda's vehicle at the time. My brother Corey was driving that morning.
Do you recall if you had a full tank of gas?
No, it would be highly unlikely that we had a full tank of gas.
Why would it be highly unlikely?
We never had full tanks of gas in our house.
Do you remember how you got the keys?
I don't recall.
So did you go to the movies or did you go to the mall?
We went to the mall first after doing some shopping and some returns that we had from Christmas items. We went to the food court, had a meal there. My brothers and I were discussing some of the divorce talk and how we would proceed as far as where we would live, and what that would look like for our lives. And after we had eaten, we made our way over to the movie theater.
What happened when you were watching the movie?
About maybe a third of the way through the movie, I had received a call from a good friend of ours named Steven.
What did you do when you got that call?
He was very panicked when I answered. You could hear in his voice a high level of stress, and he said that your house is on fire. You need to come home right now. And at that point, I didn't ask him if he was joking around or if he meant it. I could just tell he was serious by the tone in his voice, and I stood up and grabbed my brothers and said, "We need to get out of here right now." And took him a minute, but I just grabbed him by the arm and said, "We need to go home right now."
Did you go back to the house?
We did.
What'd you see when you got back there?
Could see our home up in flames. We were stopped at the end of the drive. They had it taped off, but the house was engulfed in flames. I remember looking at my bedroom in particular was just gone. The top level was just gone.
Were you able to go up to the house?
No, they stopped us at the end of the driveway.
Do you recall where you went?
They put us in the back of a cop car, and maybe 5 minutes after that, we drove over to a friend's house of mine, Mr. Masali. They were just our neighbors, and we drove there and waited most of the evening for any details.
Did Linda come then to Mr. Masali's house?
Much later, much later.
Do you remember where you stayed that night?
We stayed at my grandma Sandy's house, her apartment.
Did Linda stay there too?
She did.
Did you talk to Linda that night?
Hardly. I don't believe so.
Did you talk to Grandma Sandy that night?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall where Linda was?
Us three boys would have been out in her living area. She had a pull-out couch, and Linda was staying in my grandma's room. My grandma may have pulled up some blankets on the floor there, and I remember my grandma being awake still, and everyone else was asleep, and I saw her go sit down and just start crying, and I went and sat with her.
You saw who?
My
crying?
grandma.
And you were out with her on that pull-out couch?
No, she went and sat down on the kitchen floor, and I couldn't sleep, obviously, that night. I think everyone else was asleep, but I just watched her for a little bit, and then after seeing her cry, I just walked up and sat with her on the kitchen floor.
Did you remember that if you had any pets at the time of the fire?
We had 2 dogs.
Do you have a cat?
No, we had no cats in that house.
Was it common at your home to have gas cans out in the wintertime?
Depends where you would say out. There were specific areas on our home that gas cans would have been stored.
Where was that?
There was a large semi-trailer that we had built lean-tos off of, and there was a horse stalls on one side of that lean-to and an area where my dad would keep his tractor and various other tools and stuff.
And the gas cans would be there?
There would have been 2 5-gallon gas cans right near the tractor area.
Would it have been common to have 1-gallon gas cans in the yard?
No, that would have not been common.
Would it have been common to have a 1-gallon gas can in the front yard?
No,
Do you have a snow blower?
no, we never had a snow blower.
Any reason in January you would have known to have a gas can in the front yard? I'm asking if he knows.
Overruled.
There would be no reason I could think that we'd have a gas can in the front yard.
What was the size of that tractor?
It was a very large tractor.
And where was that stored?
It was kept under the overhang.
The same overhang you discussed then in the backyard?
It wasn't necessarily in the backyard. It was off to the south of the house, maybe 150 feet away from the house.
Did Linda or your dad ever ask you to move any framed school pictures into the shed before the fire?
No, not that I recall.
Do you recall where pictures would have been stored in the house? If they weren't on the walls?
Likely under the basement stairs. There was a little storage area down there.
Where were the Christmas decorations stored in the house?
I'm not sure if we kept them in the house. They may have been brought out to the trailer I mentioned with the overhang. We used that as a storage unit, basically. If they were in the house, I don't recall.
Before the fire, let's even just say the months before the fire, do you recall your father working on the furnace?
Within a month of the fire, probably yes.
Okay. And how about the night or the day before the fire?
He had not done any work on the furnace in those nights.
Had you had issues with the furnace?
Likely a month before the fire, but not directly leading up to it.
Do you know what issues, or did you have any knowledge, any personal knowledge of that?
I couldn't say what was actually happening, but it wasn't turning on at one point, and my dad would have done a repair to mend that.
Did you ever have problems getting down your driveway out to the road, the main road?
No, it was a gravel driveway and very flat. We would have made our way fine.
Did you ever go down with vehicles in from the side yard into the backyard?
In the drier months, it was common. In dry conditions, it was common for us to drive around to the basement. But there was a couple incidents leading up to the fire where it was wet conditions, and we had a couple vehicles get stuck down there, and my dad told us, don't drive any more vehicles down there. I'm not getting the tractor out to pull them out. So it was known if it was wet, you don't drive down there.
So on a rainy day in January, it would be uncommon for someone to drive down there?
Very uncommon. We would have been in trouble.
Did Linda tell you what happened after the fire?
Bits and pieces.
What did she tell you?
She had initially told us that she was doing laundry in the basement, and she heard screams from upstairs, that she made her way upstairs, and cracked open the door and saw just smoke and fire and closed the door and ran back down the stairs and out the basement.
Did she ever tell you anything different from that?
It changed. Little parts would change depending on the date. Many times the door that she exited out would vary, and if I questioned her about it, usually she would just break down in tears, and I would drop the questioning at that point. She never really wanted to open up and talk about it, and I guess I felt sympathy in that regard, and I didn't want to hash it out with her, though I wanted clarity on that because it didn't make sense to me.
She ever get mad at you for asking about the differences?
Yes.
And what happened during those occasions?
Same thing. She would get hysterical and start crying, and until I stopped questioning. And if you accused her of saying something different, then she would get angry and almost violent with us, especially with my younger brother, Trenton.
Your younger brother, Trenton?
Yes.
What did you see?
Trenton would make very direct accusations at her, and she would either hit him herself, or I'll never forget, she had told me, "Trevor, if you hear him making those accusations, I want you to silence him. You hit him, you do what it takes, you silence him, don't let him say those things." And that was very uncommon because I was bigger than my younger brother, and if we had fought in the past, I would be reprimanded for it. So it was generally, I was told to protect Trenton, and never would any of my parents told me to actually harm him intentionally.
And that's why it stuck out in your head?
Yeah, very clearly.
Did Linda ever tell you what to say before the insurance depositions or before you spoke about what happened?
Yes.
And what did she tell you to say?
There were three things in particular that she wanted us to be on the same page about. She wanted us to downplay how severe the fight that night of the fire was. She didn't want us to really detail how severe that fight was, and it was severe. That was the most heated argument I'd heard from my parents. Second, she didn't want us discussing any talks of divorce to the insurance agent. And the most important one, she wanted us, if we were asked how we thought the fire started, she told us, say it was a chimney fire.
And she told you those things?
Yes.
Did she tell you what to say before any court hearings?
Not that I recall. We weren't very close leading up to the court hearing.
I'm sorry, what was that?
We weren't very close leading up to any court hearings.
So when you say you weren't very close, do you mean relationship-wise?
Yes. We had lived with her 2 years after the fire. The only information we would get was from her. We were very isolated and naive to a lot of the things that were going on, but as details started to emerge, we distanced ourselves from her.
Did she ever talk to you about her affair?
It was pretty common knowledge that it did occur. She did not want to discuss it, I'm sure of that.
Were you aware of an item that Linda described as a duck boat on your property?
Yeah,
What was that?
My dad had a small plastic boat, maybe 6 feet long. It was a rowboat of sorts, and we had a very large pond in the very back of our property. It's probably a 30-acre pond, and he would do duck hunting back there. He used that boat to just to do some of that hunting on.
On your pond?
Yes,
And you said it was plastic?
yes.
Did it have any seats in it?
It had one seat, one removable seat, I believe.
Did it have an engine on it?
No,
Ever have an engine on it?
no.
And you said it was made out of plastic.
As I recall, yes.
Do you recall what color it was?
Yes.
What color was it?
Probably mostly black and green. My dad had let me spray paint it at one point.
He let you spray paint it?
Yeah. It's supposed to be camouflage. I did my best.
You tried to make it camouflage?
Yes.
Didn't turn out very well?
I guess not. I had fun doing it though.
Were you dependent upon Linda for finances when you were talking to insurance agents and when you were testifying?
Yeah.
Because she was your
Yes,
only...
yes. We were very much dependent.
Did she ever tell you what would happen if you didn't say those things that you told the jury?
She said it was important that we do well at the deposition, that if they denied our claim that we wouldn't have anything, that we couldn't rebuild anything, and we wouldn't have a home.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Good morning, Mr. Stermer.
Good morning.
I just spoke to your brother a little while ago. I'll tell you the same thing. I've got some things I just want to clarify and understand. This has been difficult for you. I just hope you understand. I'm just trying to do my job.
Yes, sir.
You gave testimony in this case in January of 2010. You remember that?
Okay.
And you remember, did the jog your memory? Yeah, I remember I gave testimony in a
You-
court.
A testimony?
Yeah, like this, just like what you're doing.
Yes, 2010.
Okay. You were under oath back then, you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you were 17 years old? Right, 15 at the time of the fire?
Probably 18 at that point.
18, a grown, an adult.
Yes, sir.
You would have known what it meant to take an oath, to swear, tell the truth,
Yes, sir.
right? You were also interviewed by a police officer roughly October of 2009, just a few months before that hearing, you remember that?
Vaguely.
Yeah, but you remember you talked to a police officer.
What did you say the date was?
October.
Of
Fall.
2009?
Yep.
I don't recall a specific conversation at that point.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'll show you a document. It says it's a follow-up report with Trevor Stermer from October 18, 2009. You see your name on there?
I do.
All right, does that kind of jog your memory? Oh, yeah, now I remember I gave a statement or interview to the police.
Okay.
Does it? Okay, I don't know. Does it jog your memory? I remember now, yeah. In the fall, I gave an interview.
I don't recall that specific conversation, but it's likely that I would have.
Okay. And then also, while you were still 15, or maybe, when's your birthday?
February.
So you would have been 16. You gave a test statement under oath to a lawyer for the insurance company. Remember that? You just talked about that.
I think I would have been 15 at that time.
All right. Would you agree with me, sir, that in general your memory is better now, or better 15 years ago than it is now?
My memory is very clear now.
Would it also be fair that you don't really like your mom too much?
That would be fair.
And would it be even more fair that you really dislike your mom a lot?
Dislike's not the word I would use.
If we use the word, it's a strong word, you hate your mom?
I don't hold hate in my heart. I'm horrified. I was horrified by my mother.
But when you gave that testimony in a court hearing in January, you had been living with Grandma Stermer for about 6 months, right?
October 2009?
No. In January of 2010, you gave testimony at a court hearing. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay.
I was not living with my grandmother at that time.
Who were you living with?
I was living in a student apartment complex called the Arboretums.
Not with any family?
Not with any family, no.
Okay. You had been apart from your mom for some time, since about the summer of 2009, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach too? That document I just gave you, does that jog your memory that, yep, it was January of 2010 I gave testimony at court hearing?
That sounds accurate as far as the testimony at that
And
time.
when you were under oath, then you swore to tell the truth, and you did tell the truth, right?
Yes, sir.
When you talked to the police officer, did you tell him the truth too? I mean, he was trying to find out what happened.
Yes.
You would have known it's important to tell the officer the truth.
Correct.
I want to talk to you just a little bit. You talked about the furnace. The furnace would shut off every now and then, right?
I wouldn't say it would shut off every now and then. There had been an issue in the past, and my dad had resolved that.
May I approach, Your Honor? You see that first page where it says September 6, 2007?
Yes, I do.
And there's a man named Mr. Willison from the insurance company. He was asking you questions under oath. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to page 16. Lines 20 to page 17, line 2. You see that?
Yes, I do.
You were asked the question, any furnace trouble? And your answer was, our furnace, every now and then, would, if we turned it down too low, it'd switch off, and my dad had to reprime or something. And then he asked you, did you ever have to do that? Did he teach you how to do it? You answered, he never taught me how, but he had me hold the bottle while he drained it. See that?
Okay.
So it was every now and then, not just one time, right?
I suppose it could have happened more than once.
And in terms of gas cans that you said, it would be very uncommon to see a gas can in the front yard. You remember that?
Yes.
Telling us that? Let me try to get a picture of what you had in the property. It's a farm. You had a big tractor, you said, right? Yes.
Yes, there was a large tractor
Big tractor. You had riding mowers?
that would function. No.
Okay. Did you have push mowers?
No.
Didn't have push mowers?
Not that I recall.
If I turn to the same document on page 18, and I'm looking at line 2 to 4.
Okay.
See that? Does that jog your memory? Oh yeah, you had riding mowers and sometimes your dad would use the tractor.
Like I said, there was riding mowers on the property, but they were all broken down at that point.
Did you ever use the big tractor? Were you old enough?
I had.
It's used in the wintertime to drag bales of hay for the horses, right?
I would assume we used it to assist with the horses. I don't recall specifically what attachment we would have had to move large round bales of hay though.
But you wouldn't disagree that horses had to be fed in the winter too.
Absolutely.
And they have to have, and then you had bales of hay all around the property, right? Or brought them in.
Sure, we brought in hay.
Okay. And so you'd use a tractor to drag the bales.
If they were round bales, that would be accurate.
You testified it's completely uncommon, or did you say it would be unheard of to have gas cans in the front?
I believe it would be very uncommon.
Okay. I want to turn your attention to that stapled piece right there. Yep. This was testimony you gave under oath in January of 2010. You swore to tell the truth just like you did now, right?
Yes, sir.
And you told us you did tell the truth because you were under oath and you know what that means.
Yes.
All right. I want to turn your attention to page 113.
Okay.
On line 13, you were asked a question. Well, going back a little bit, you'd say you had 3 or 4 gas cans, you had a riding mower. You see that just a little bit above that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then it wasn't unusual for your mom to be the person who filled gas cans, was it? And your answer was, it wouldn't be unusual. No, right?
For her to fill gas cans?
Yeah,
No.
it wouldn't be unusual.
No, it wouldn't be terribly unusual.
And your dad would too, I imagine.
I'm sure we all would.
Okay. Then it says, line 16, and it wasn't unusual for there to be a gas can near the front of the house that needed to be filled. Was there? Your answer was depending. Then the question was, sometimes when the cans were empty and they needed to be filled, rather than leaving them
Your
out.
Honor, I guess I'm going to object again. Instead of reading the testimony into the record, if he wants to ask a question about a prior inconsistent statement or use it to refresh his memory, I prefer that we use the proper form instead of reading testimony.
If I may be allowed to retort,
You may.
he said that it was completely uncommon to have that. I'm showing him his testimony and impeaching with prior inconsistent statement under oath at a trial.
And that's fine, but I would do it in this framework of prior and consistent statement. Didn't you say at such as, didn't you say?
And just ask specifically about the question.
Correct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It can be, was this question asked and this question answered?
I think the proper way is to say to the witness, isn't it true, or something to that effect, isn't it true that at the prior hearing you said?
Isn't it true at this prior hearing that you said it was not unusual for gas cans to be left by the front porch, where they'd be picked up, put into a vehicle, taken to the station so that it could be filled up? And your answer was yes. Isn't that true?
That is what it says, yes.
You know, it says that, and that answer was given to that question because it was the truth, as you just told us. True?
Like I said previously in the answer, depending, there would be circumstances.
But then when you ask a specific question, just a little bit further, it wouldn't be unusual to have these by the front porch, and your answer was yes. Am I right?
I did say yes.
Okay. And you did say yes because you were under oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And you did tell the truth.
I think it was a complicated question with layers, and I was instructed to give a yes or no answer.
Well, I don't want to belabor the point, but it was just so that gas cans could be picked up, put into a vehicle, taken to the station so that they could be filled up, right? You weren't told to answer yes or no.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your dad, he worked obviously around the farm too, right?
Sure.
But your mom, she loved that house and she loved the whole property, her being a horse, I won't say fanatic, a horse lover.
She certainly loved her horses.
Okay. She didn't think of the house as just someplace to live, did she?
I couldn't tell you how she felt about it.
Well, let me direct your attention to that other testimony on this little binder. And turn to page 27. Line 15. You did know at that time that she cared about the house, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. If he wants to ask him to refresh his memory, or he wants to ask about a prior inconsistent statement instead of reading testimony, and I prefer he follow the proper procedure.
Your Honor,
I
You didn't
think
say
this
you
time he
recall.
is following the proper
you.
procedure for prior inconsistent statements, so I will overrule.
okay. You did say that your mom cared about the house.
I said she cared about it. I don't know to what extent.
The construction of the house, there was actually a fair amount of unfinished stuff, as you've called it before.
At what point?
Close to the time of the fire.
Like I said, I believe it to be about 95% completed. The decking on the outside was not completed, though.
Well, you said there was no ceiling in the basement, right?
Right.
So that would have been exposed beams, floor joists.
I believe there was not a ceiling in that room at that point. I can't recall.
Well, if we go to your statement in that.
Sure.
When you gave that in September 7, about 8 months after the fire.
Can you direct me to a page?
Yep, I'm going to turn your attention to page 25 at the end. To page 26, line 7.
You said 26, line 7?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that jog your memory about the condition of the ceilings in the basement?
Yeah, that would seem accurate. There wasn't drywall on the ceiling at that point, and I don't think it was meant to be drywalled.
It was open rafters, right?
Yes.
There was no ceiling in the basement.
Okay.
I just want to make sure you and I are clear, right?
Sure.
Okay. And as everybody has told us, the entire living room floor was OSB subflooring.
May I clarify a little bit there? There were rooms in the basement with ceilings.
Understood, we heard some bedrooms,
Sure.
but generally in that whole living rec room area, it was subflooring. I mean, it was floor joist,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, that would seem accurate.
Okay. And as we talked about, in the living room, it was nothing but subfloor OSB, that pressed board with some throw rugs.
Yeah, very large area rug,
Okay.
and probably A hearth in front of the fireplace.
So there was, and I'm not talking about trim finishes, there was exposed wood in the first floor main living room area, not just carpentry and trim, right?
Exposed wood on the ceilings.
Not on ceilings, just in general, the bay windows and that kind of thing.
The
Recall.
windows were framed and finished.
That's your recollection?
Yes.
When you gave testimony in September of 2007, Linda Stermer had a lawyer, right?
When I gave testimony in 2007,
Yes, in this little hearing, this hearing that we
the
did.
deposition.
Yes, deposition.
Okay.
You met with the lawyer, right? His name was Jeff Getting. Remember that?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
I don't specifically remember a conversation with Jeff Getting at that point in time.
Do you recall him telling you, just tell the truth? The most important thing is to tell the truth. Do you remember that?
I don't recall him saying that.
All right, let's look at page 31. Toward the bottom, line 23. You let me know when you're there.
Reading it now.
Okay. All the way to line 9 on the next page.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is hearsay, what the conversation was with Mr. Gadding.
1, it's not offered for the truth. It was directive. And he's already testified. I'm just asking to refresh his memory. I'm going to ask him if he now remembers anything.
I want to sustain that objection on hearsay.
Okay. Let me ask you, regardless of what Mr. Getting said, you knew enough to tell the truth at that age.
As I said for the deposition, there was a few things that she wanted us to be on the same page about.
Okay. So you would have intentionally lied under oath?
I wouldn't necessarily, I wouldn't say that, no.
Okay. I want to talk to you about the January 7 that morning. You got up around 11 o'clock, 10 or 11 o'clock in the morning?
No, I was up earlier that morning.
Let me show you. Did I give you a statement? Oh, I did, right, from the police report. The one that we talked about you gave to the police?
Okay, is that the 2009?
Yep, October 2009.
October 2009, okay.
Okay. You said you woke up about 8 o'clock.
Yeah,
Did you tell the police officer on page 1 that you woke up between 10 and 11 a.m.?
I don't recall telling him that, no.
Any reason to think that this police officer got it wrong, since you told us just now you told him the truth?
Your Honor, I'm going to object speculation.
I'm just asking if he knows.
That's sustained.
You were given $20 for food by your mom,
My brother Corey was.
but you also, you boys had their own money, right?
Yes,
And you didn't mind going to the mall because you said there's nothing to do in Lawrence, especially for teenagers, especially on Christmas break.
I did not want to go that morning, no.
There was nothing super secret about your mom having you kids go to the mall that morning, was there?
I think it was meant to be secretive, yes.
Okay. Well, let's look at this hearing again. At page 19. Let me know when you're there.
Is this the hearing or the deposition?
This is that one in the binder, the deposition.
Okay. Page 19.
Yep. and then go to line 20. I mean, page 20. At the top. See that?
Is there a line you're directing me to?
Yes, sir.
I didn't catch
Lines
that.
4 to 6.
Lines 4 through 6 on page 20.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, you asked the question, so there was nothing super secret about getting out of the house and going to the mall, and your answer was no. That was your answer under oath, right?
It appears so.
When you swore to tell the truth, right?
I would assume.
Yeah. And you did tell the truth, right?
That's not how I recall it at this point.
You also said it was very rare. Did you say it was very rare for your mom's purse and your dad's wallet to be in the cars?
I don't believe I said that.
Today?
Yeah, just this morning. You were asked, remember you were asked questions about purse and wallets being in cars? And was that common? You said no. Remember that?
I think that's a miscategorization of the testimony from earlier.
Do you remember what you said?
I don't believe that question was asked this morning.
Was it common, or I should say, was it not uncommon for a purse and a wallet to be left in the car, given you're in a rural area?
My dad would have likely left his wallet and potentially keys in his work van.
Yeah. But not your mom.
I can't say.
Yeah, well, if we look at page 2 of that police report you gave, should be, I hope there's a highlighted second paragraph. Is there?
There appears to be.
Okay. And in that paragraph, you told the police officer that it was not uncommon for his parents to leave their wallet or their purse in vehicles outside. Remember that?
That is what's said, yes.
And that's, you told us you would have told the truth. True?
True.
Because he's a police officer trying to do his job, right?
I would assume so.
You said it'd be highly unlikely for the gas tank to be full in the Blazer. Do you have a specific recollection sitting here in 2025 when you went to the mall of the level of the gas in the Blazer?
My older brother was driving that morning, but it would have been very strange to see a full tank of gas.
It certainly wasn't completely impossible, right?
Nearly.
You were the front seat passenger, right?
At least. I don't recall on the way there.
Your mom had told you on the way out, just come back when you're done from the mall, right?
No, she did not.
Okay. Well, what did she tell you?
She had instructed us that we were to go to the mall and that we had to go see a movie after the mall. I didn't want to see the movie. I had already seen the movie.
Understood. But she didn't tell you, I want you out of here until dinner time or 5 o'clock or anything like that, right?
She wanted us gone at minimum 4 hours.
Can we turn to that binder? Page 16, line 8. And you were asked the question, was there any discussion with your mom about when you needed the Blazer back or how she'd come to get it or anything like that? Your answer was, I think she just said, come back when you're done. Then you were asked, so it wasn't a specific time. You didn't have any plans that afternoon. Your answer was no. Was that true when you gave that testimony under oath? And you swore?
Yes, that was true. As I said, we were instructed to go to the mall, then to
I didn't
lunch.
ask- Your Honor, no
I
question.
apologize.
Move to strike non-responsive. You said you saw your dad on the couch, is that right?
Correct.
And then you said he was sleeping, and I think you added something, right?
What did I add?
Well, he was sleeping as far as you knew, right?
Yes.
Okay. Like usual, right? Because he always slept on the couch. Take
I can't-
naps.
It wasn't common. He could have taken naps on the couch.
It was not common?
I don't recall.
Okay. If we go to page 20
Sure thing.
14 on this?
What page?
14, sir?
Sure.
Line 25 to the next page at line 4. All the way to 15, yeah, line 15, line 4. You see that?
Page 14, line
Line 25
25.
to 15, line 4.
Okay.
He was like laying on the couch, taking a nap like usual. True?
Yep.
And you didn't know what he was wearing, and you didn't really know where he was sitting, right?
I know where he was laying, yes.
Okay. But you didn't know what he was wearing because you were getting kind of rushed out of the house, fair?
I did not see what he was wearing.
You asked some questions about domestic violence, you know, did mom hit dad, did dad hit mom, you remember that?
When was I asked?
This morning?
Okay.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. You said you never heard dad hit, or you never saw dad hit mom, you remember telling us that?
Yep.
Did you hear dad hit mom?
No. I know there was allegations, but that I had physically witnessed, no.
Okay. Or heard?
Or heard, no, I wouldn't be able to hear.
But they never hit you, the boys, right? Mom and dad never hit the boys.
No. Not out of anger. I would have been disciplined, but
Okay. It was hold on. Just a little bit more. Talking about the family relationship, everybody was close. You were equally close to mom and dad, true? Growing up.
did you say equally close?
Yes.
No, I was my dad's son.
If we go back to this testimony again. On page 14, line 20.
Okay.
And that would be line 20 to 22. You weren't closer to mom or dad, equal as far as you were concerned, and the answer was, yeah. See that?
That's what it says, yes.
And that's what it says when you're under oath and answer to that question, right?
Okay. I was far closer to my dad.
Even though you swore to tell the truth then.
Yes.
And if your parents were to split up, you said it was just kind of too close to call who you're going to live with, right?
That's what I had said here.
Under oath when you were sworn to tell the truth.
I think it was irrelevant. My dad was dead at that point. Linda was all I had left.
But you were just asked a question about if they had split up, before the fire
Mm-hmm.
who you're going to live with, and you said it's just too close to call.
Yeah, I would have absolutely lived with my dad.
And you said this was maybe the worst argument the night before or that morning that you ever heard them, mom and dad have?
Yeah, this was the worst argument.
Okay. You sure it just wasn't a medium type argument where
No,
dad was yelling more than louder than mom?
it was the worst argument that we had witnessed.
Okay. If we go to page 13, line 13 to 17, see that?
Yep,
Did you tell that lawyer under oath that the argument was, in terms of level, was medium, I guess?
that's what it says here, yes.
Give me just 1 second, Your Honor. You said you tried to talk to your mom a lot about the fire afterwards?
Did I say that I tried to talk to her a lot about the
Yes.
fire?
Did you?
Is there an instance you're referring to, or just in general, like over
Yeah.
the next few years?
Yeah, just in general over the next 2 years.
I would bring it up, yes. I wanted clarification on some things.
If we turn to page 22. Line 6 to 14. You there?
I'm here.
You never actually asked anybody, you testified under oath, you remember that? Including your mom.
Can you repeat that?
Sure, you never asked anybody, including your mom, about the fire you testified to.
I have asked details of that day.
But under oath, you said no.
Can you repeat which line that is?
Sure. Just really quickly. Line 6 to 14. You said you never actually asked anybody. Your mom, the police, anybody? Not that I remember. True?
To the initial question, how the fire started?
Yes. And then you were asked, have you ever asked? And you said, I never actually asked anybody. Those were the questions you were asked and the answers you gave under oath, right?
Yep.
And they were true because you were under oath.
She gave me her version, and I wanted to believe that to be true.
The shed, the stuff that was stored in the shed, we've seen pictures of gas cans, there were some gas cans. What was stored in the shed generally?
It was a workshop area for my dad. There was a very large deep freezer that took up one side of the shed.
Freezer, what else?
Freezer, traps, hunting equipment, decoys. Hunting equipment like decoys. My dad was an avid duck hunter, also whitetail.
And you said, I think I heard you right this morning, you don't recall finding a box of photos or anything in the shed after the fire.
I don't recall. I wasn't allowed near the property.
Immediately after the fire?
No.
Like within a few weeks, months?
It took at least a month and a half before I was able to go back on the property.
When you did go back on the property, you remember being with Steve and Tina Benny?
They may have been there with Linda.
Okay. And you were going through stuff, trying to hopefully find some stuff that was important to you
Yeah.
and important to the family?
Yep.
Okay. You just don't remember any details of that, am I right? finding anything in the shed, a box of pictures or anything?
It was rubble. I found little trinkets in the ashes, or
I'm talking about the shed.
the shed. I can't think of anything specifically that I would have pulled out of there.
Okay. And you don't recall being told by either mom or dad to take pictures out to the shed and put them in there?
Into the shed or the storage area with the overhang?
You were asked about the shed.
The shed.
Yeah. Or the storage area, wherever it was. You don't recall being asked by mom or dad?
To bring pictures from the house out there?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Okay. And then finally, I just want one more time real quick with this vehicle. It's a Chevy Blazer. You're either in the front on the way back. You're in the front on the way back. You don't know if you're front and back on the way down, right?
Correct.
It's about 32 degrees. You remember it being cold? It's January in winter.
May have been closer to 40 when we left.
Okay. In the winter in January, the windows would have been up, right? Do you have that memory?
I don't recall if we had the windows down at any point.
Do you recall there being any strong, unusual odor in the vehicle?
I don't recall one way or another.
Certainly, if something was stinking up the car, you'd probably remember that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
You've been in the car.
Allow for processing
Thank you.
and overruled.
If there was something stinking up the car, you'd remember it.
I can't say.
You smelled gasoline before, obviously, right?
I have.
You know it's a strong, pungent odor.
I'm aware of what gasoline smells like.
Have you ever had gas in your car before? Like just from filling up a gas can?
Yes.
All right. It smells, doesn't it?
Yes.
Give me 1 second to consult, Your Honor. When you did find stuff when you were rummaging around trying to find valuables, you said you found trinkets?
Sure.
I just want to know.
I don't recall any specific thing.
Like baseball cards, you were a baseball card collector like I was when I was your age?
I had a very large collection of cards.
Did you find any cards?
I did not.
Do you know if anybody did?
Linda had given me a stack of cards that she said that Benny, I believe.
Steve?
Yep. Her 2 friends had found.
Okay.
They were given access to the property and were going through it much more than I was able
Okay.
to.
Thank you, sir, for your time.
Yes, sir.
Again.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just want to clarify a couple of things. You said there were layers to your answer about why a gas can would be on the front porch. Can you talk about what you meant by that?
I felt at the last time I was giving a testimony, I was instructed to give yes or no answers to complex questions that weren't quite that black and white.
So you were not able to answer them fully?
Right. I was prompted to give a yes or no answer.
And were you able to ever explain that question or that answer?
No.
And how would you explain it today?
I couldn't think of any reason that there would be a gas can laying in the front or up at the front. I really think it was uncommon that it would have been. We had designated areas that we would have kept gas cans.
So those were the layers you were not able to explain?
Yes.
When you said it was usual for your dad to be taking a nap on the couch, Was it usual that he took naps? Was it usual for that time of day?
I felt it was not the most common thing, but their argument had gone late into the night, and I didn't think it was weird that he would have been taking a nap, but the fact that he didn't wake up when we were leaving, I thought that was very uncommon for him. And as I said, he would have wanted us to know where we were going. He would have wanted us to tell him where we were going.
So that part wouldn't have been usual.
Right. Very unusual.
When you were asked about going to the mall and to the movie, you said that you felt you needed to be gone for a minimum of 4 hours. Why did you say that?
The way that she had discussed it that morning, because I didn't want to leave. I remember trying to get to my dad. That was one of the biggest reasons that I was trying to make my way to him, was because I knew if I was able to talk to him, he would say I could stay home that day. I didn't want to go. But she had framed it as, I said, can we just go to the mall and do what we have to do, make our returns, make a couple purchases? No, you have to go to the mall, you need to go to lunch, and you need to go to the movie theater after that.
And that's why you said it felt like a minimum.
Yes.
In 2009, you said you were living at an apartment.
October of 2009, yes.
October of 2009. Were you going to school?
I was.
Still relying on Linda financially?
At that point, I believe we had distanced ourselves from her.
Do you still need her help? For school aid or anything?
I don't believe so.
Did you feel that you still had to comply with her instructions on what to say?
No,
Not at that time?
no.
When did you feel that you had to say things according to her instructions?
Certainly when we were living with her, the first deposition, as I said, there was a few things that she wanted to make sure we were on the same page with. And the 2 years after the fire, we were still living with her. So, like I said, we just felt very isolated. The only information we were getting was from her. If other people brought information to us that was contrary to what she was telling us, she would try to cut off those relationships and just keep us isolated and let her narrative be the only one that we heard.
So you only knew what she told you?
Right?
During some of these interviews that you did with insurance or court hearings, did you withhold facts?
It's likely, yes.
When you were instructed to give yes and no answers, were you able to tell details?
No, absolutely not.
Did you feel free to start elaborating?
I did not.
Would you ever use the 1 gallon gas can to fill that large tractor?
No.
One of the areas that you said Linda instructed you specifically to talk a certain way about was the arguing, is that correct?
Correct.
Would that be the extent of the argument?
Yes, she wanted us to downplay the severity of it.
You started to kind of talk a little bit about how Linda felt about her horses. Can you tell me how she talked about them?
It was like that was all she cared about. She would have anywhere from 20 to 30 horses at a time, and they would be kept at various properties so that my dad wouldn't find out how many we actually had. It was always a sore subject in our family because it was just turned into an obsession that was draining our family financially.
Did you spend a lot of time with those horses?
Quite a bit, yes.
Did she love those horses?
Yes.
Did Linda, before any of those depositions or hearings, did Linda ever say, I just want you to tell the truth?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. I want to make sure we are all clear on this timeline. When you spoke to the police in October of 2009, you weren't living with Linda anymore, true?
Correct.
And you were not under her, I'm going to say, control, true?
Correct.
And I think, weren't you 18 by that time?
Yes.
So you're a grown adult, making your own decisions, true?
For the most part, yes.
Okay. And you told us, you spoke the truth to the officers, so whatever the report that we talked about, when I showed you those sections, that was the truth, right?
I would have wanted to be truthful with the officers.
And when you gave testimony in January of 2010, you were not living with Linda Stermer.
Correct.
You weren't under her control.
No, I was not.
You were a grown man.
Yes.
And you swore to tell the truth in a court just like this, probably in this courthouse, and you told the truth.
Yes, sir.
So when I've shown you those sections from that testimony in 2010, that was the truth, right?
I certainly want to be truthful.
Okay. You said it was your habit to say bye to Dad, right? When
To
you
say
leave the
goodbye to
house.
my dad, yes.
Yeah. But you didn't talk to him this time. He was sleeping. You knew he was sick, had been sick, right?
He may have been on the mend. He had an ear infection prior to the fire. I think he was on the mend.
In any event, you didn't talk to him and you didn't wake him up because he was sleeping. Fair?
I would have woken him up.
But you didn't, right?
I was stopped.
And finally, this idea of, you were asking questions right now about not wanting to go to the movie. One of your good buddies is Steve Dunn. He's the guy who called you about the fire when you were in the theater, right?
Yes.
And you'd hang out with him all the time,
Yes.
with your brothers too, right?
Correct.
And you were both, all three, the brothers were close, right?
My brothers and I were all close,
Yes.
for the most part.
As brothers, sure, you fight, but as brothers, you loved each other and were close.
Yes.
That there were plans to go to the mall the next day, the Sunday of the fire, that you'd been making with Steve Dunn. You remember that?
That we were to include Stephen,
Yeah.
as in he was supposed to come with us.
You had been making plans the Saturday night, which would have been the 6th, right? Fire's Sunday the 7th.
I follow that timeline, yes.
Okay. On the 6th with your buddy Steve. Was he your buddy or Corey's buddy?
He was Corey's age, but we all hung out together.
Okay. Y'all hung out on a regular basis because, like you said, not a whole lot to do in Lawrence.
I wouldn't say that.
This is on a Sunday, this is on a Saturday, you were making plans, but then Stephen didn't want to go to the movie, am I right?
I don't recall him being invited.
Give me one sec. this examination you gave on page 9, line 19. To line 24, you let me know when you're there.
Okay.
Okay. You and your buddy Steve and your brother just usually go out because there's nothing to do around there. Lawrence, where you live. Fair?
I don't see any reference to Stephen.
Well, we would just usually go out because there's nothing to do around there. The point is, you'd go out and hang out at malls and stuff like teenagers do.
We would go to the mall periodically.
During that summer of 2009, where were you staying? In Macedonia?
The summer of 2009.
Yes. After mom had been charged.
No, not Macedonia.
Were you living with your aunt or were you living with your grandma?
I believe I stayed with my grandma for a short while before moving into the Arboretum there.
I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you for your time, sir.
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of this witness, anyone? Okay, I see several hands going up.
All right. So, hey, hello. It's the first time you guys hear my voice today. I hope you guys can hear my voice, because I had to reset my setup again, just before I came back. Just let me know on chat if you can hear me. Lol. But yeah. So thank you very much, Paula. Like Stephen was a friend, was his friend you always hang out with, and then Maria said he was a friend. I am taking, right? Because I was listening. Yeah, you hear. Okay, that is awesome. Thank you very much. Lois. There was the next door scrolling away. Lol. God's mom, that's awesome. Denise, do not start. Thank you very much. But I know you can hear me, so my expert, you can hear me, Paula. That is awesome. So, because you're listening, not chatting. We don't speak English, Paula. So yeah, you keep laughing, Denise. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, you guys. Thank you very much for allowing Zio as well to hang out with you guys. And it was really awesome. I am taking consideration what learning from the great Zio, how she does things and everything, because she is a really really great friend and she has helped me a lot. And I'm listening to her feedback and I'm also listening to your guys' feedback. So you're listening. See, that's good. I'm glad that you're listening, Maria. But yeah, so Valhalla. Oh yeah. And I seen that, Lois. It kind of scared me the first time, that I saw that the Valhalla Await stream. Yeah, it's good. It's but yeah, she is a good friend. She is definitely a good friend, and yeah, and she has supported me since the beginning, since I met her and everything, which is awesome. So yeah, I love Zio. Um, oh, Garden Bot. I also yes, Garden Bot is very happy with me today because I ate my veggies. Whoop, whoop. It's a celebration because I like veggies and me, we have a problem. But yeah, you guys encourage me to be better, and I really appreciate it, to rest, to eat healthier, to eat my veggies. So yeah, so Valhalla takes us on goat walks. Yeah, it is. I saw it. Ari was on it so earlier. So oh, thank you, Maria. I appreciate it. How is his eye? That is a good question. Maybe he can share his own feedback. But you haven't made a full recovery yet. Don't you even say it. It's better, but thank you very much, William. I appreciate that. It's really, really kind of you. But he still hasn't put the ointment yet, again, for 2 days now, and he's pushing it, but yeah. Yes, I will. I will ruin with candy. You know it, Cherry. You know it way too well that I'm definitely gonna ruin with candy. So yeah. So yeah, he's fibbing. Absolutely. Yeah. Impossible. We'll impeach you. Definitely, for sure. We need to show the evidence, Paula. That is for sure will impeach him 100%. But it is doing better. Yes, it is doing better than it was Saturday, for sure. 100%. But it's still not 100%. He still needs to put the ointment, which is stubborn like me. That he hasn't. Yeah. Oh, thank you very much, Sherry. I am trying. I'm trying to listen to you guys more, and like my friends, my it's not that say my not online friends say exactly the same thing, that I do need to improve my eating and everything. So yeah, and I agree, but I am never gonna give up candy, never. So I know you're tired, garden bot, but you still need to improve. Willow, hello, my friend. Oh my days, how much I miss you, my friend. I know you're going through a lot at the moment, but we do really miss you. And hello, welcome back. And it is so great to see you, my friend. Thank you. The volume is great, awesome. Because I have a new setup. I need to take a picture of the new setup. One is actually organized. But yeah. Oh my days, what's up, Lois? Maria says hi, Willow. Everyone is saying hi to Willow because yeah, we've missed you. Um, really? Do I have to? Seriously, dog's mom, do I have to do that now too? Take a multivitamin? Like, I am the worst one that comes to take tablets, right? I cannot. Can I do it in gummy form, please? Yes, I can do it in gummy form. Oh, I think she's saying, do I have to? But Sherry says hello with a heart to Willow. Hey, Willow says hello, everybody, which is good. My my vitamin C. Oh my days. Now you're gonna get me on something else. I knew it. I knew this was a catch. Oh, I can, Paula. I can be okay. All right. Okay, I can try to take in a gummy form. But the thing is, I am the worst person to take tablets and medicines. I'm supposed to be on this
Some
medicine.
questions from the jury,
Rude
no
judge.
objection from
Interrupt.
counsel. There is one question I've determined under the law not to ask, but I am asking the others. Did you or your brothers have Linda's second cell phone?
I don't believe we would have had possession of that cell phone at any point.
At any, the day you left to the mall and movie?
No, I don't believe so.
Were pictures ever hung on the walls after you moved in?
A few, not very many.
Did the baseball cards look as if they had been in a fire, or were they in perfect condition?
They looked like they had smoke damage.
About what time was the last time you heard your dad's voice the morning of the fire?
There was the argument around 9 o'clock. At around 10 o'clock, I think it was silent upstairs, and that was the last I heard him.
Okay. Did you ever receive money from insurance to replace your lost things?
No, I did not.
When you drove the tractor, did you ever fill it with gas or diesel fuel?
It used gas fuel.
And some of these are kind of repetitive, but I will ask them again. The baseball cards you received, were they yours from prior to the fire?
They were my baseball cards. It was only a small fraction of my collection, and it seemed as though somebody had gone through and picked out the better ones.
Okay. And again, were they damaged by smoke, water, etc.? If not, Where were they found, if you know?
There were yellowing. I was very meticulous about how I kept my card collection. I'd put them into penny sleeves and then to top loaders, and then I had a large case that I kept all of my cards in. When I received the cards from Linda, there was only a fraction of my collection, and there was smoke damage, but they were intact. There was, by smoke damage, I say all the penny loaders were yellowed and looked like smoke.
Okay. What film were you supposed to see? Was there a specific showtime?
I don't know if we were told to see a specific film. The film that we ended up watching was called Aragon, and the showtime was 2:40. I know that because I still have a ticket stub in my possession.
Where were any firearms or ammunition stored?
My dad had a gun safe, actually in the furnace room. Under the stair there was a large area where he kept his guns and ammunition.
Is your perception of the truth today different than your perception of the truth at the time of the fire and previous interviews?
I have a very clear memory of what happened that day as I sit here today. Everything I've said I believe to be truthful.
What was the typical use for a 1-gallon gas tank on your property?
I don't recall any specific use for a 1-gallon tank.
Around what date did you start calling your mother Linda?
Before the first time I testified, June of 2009 was the year I graduated, and she was charged in that same time frame, so June of 2009.
Please refresh. Where was your dad the day of the fire in the living room?
He was laying on the couch right under the bay window area. His head was facing towards the south of the house.
Okay, thank you. Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers from the jury or from the witness?
Did you have your own cell phone at that time?
I did.
And did your brothers have their own cell phones too?
Corey definitely did. I'm not sure about Trenton, but I think it was likely.
And so any phones that your parents had, they would then have them?
No.
I'm sorry, any phones that your dad and Linda had, you wouldn't have been carrying?
No, absolutely not.
And I just want to clarify the question that you were asked about perception of truth. Did you testify and go into those depositions with the idea of trying to mislead?
I wanted to be as truthful as possible. When Linda told us to say it was a chimney fire, I wanted to believe that to be true. So that was my perception of truth at that time.
So your perception is you were trying to believe what you were being told.
Yes.
So today when you sit here, you're telling us what you believe to be true, correct?
Absolutely.
What you were told by Linda was true, is that correct?
Objection.
Can you rephrase? That's confusing.
Sorry. So today, you're telling the jury what Linda told you to say.
Objection, form, leading.
It is leading. Sustain.
When you're sitting here today, are you testifying today from your memory?
Yes.
Does your memory include statements Linda made?
Somewhat, yes.
And your memory includes what you remember?
Absolutely, yes.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
The cards, the baseball cards that you got back, you said they looked like they had smoke damage.
Yes,
I mean, they looked like they'd been in a fire, right?
sure.
Okay. And you don't, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't know if you were specifically going to see a movie. You ended up seeing Aragon was the movie?
We saw Aragon, yes.
Okay, but you had been at the mall buying stuff,
Right.
right? So you're just at the mall and then you just, whatever, as a group, decided we're gonna go see the 240 show, Aragon.
I think my brothers wanted to see that, and the time lined up with after we were finished at the mall there.
You recall you even bought an American Eagle shirt at the mall?
I did, yeah.
All right.
I do recall.
So it wasn't a direction, we are going to the mall to see this movie at this time. That's just how it happened to work out. Fair?
That's fair.
Okay. This question about your perception of the truth then versus now, you knew what the truth was then, true?
During the deposition, I did not know what the truth was.
In 2009, when you talked to, and you weren't under oath when you talked to the police officer in October '09, but you still told the truth, right?
My perception of truth in 2009, I still, like I said, I was isolated. I just stopped living with Linda, and I hadn't learned of hardly any details. Felt like I was living under a rock
Okay.
with everything that emerged.
Did you just tell us about 20 minutes ago when I was asking you questions that you were a grown man in October of 2009, not under her control? Did you tell me that?
Yes,
And so you knew the truth, what the truth was at 18 years old, right?
I knew what I believed to be true, and that's what I testified to.
Okay. And when you testified at that hearing in this courthouse in January 2010, your perception of the truth was you knew what the truth was and how to tell the truth under oath, right?
Yes, I would want to tell the truth under oath.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, any other questions? I've got one more question coming in. Sir, more questions, no objection from counsel. Did you always store your baseball cards in your room, and if not, where?
As I said, my dad had just completed my bedroom. I know the day before the fire, I was shuttling things between rooms, moving all of my possessions up into my room. I was really excited to have my own room for the first time. Probably half of my collection was in my room. The other half would have been in my brother's at that point.
Did the penny sleeves show signs of heat damage?
Yes,
Thank you, sir. Council, any more questions in light of those questions and answers?
Half your collection was upstairs in the loft, am I right?
A good portion of it was upstairs in the loft. I know my Pokemon cards were up there. My Pokemon cards, which would have been much more valuable today.
And then the other half was downstairs in the basement where Corey and Trenton were living.
The collection in question, I know to be in a specific case that I had, and that would have been still in my brother's room.
In the basement.
Yeah, I didn't receive the whole case, just a portion of them.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Excuse from his subpoena, Council?
I'd ask that you please be excused, Your Honor.
No problem, Your Honor.
Thank you. So you're all done, you're excused from your subpoena obligations as well. And jury, we'll take our lunch break. I'm sorry it's late. We'll take a lunch break until 1:45. Back to the jury room. Remember the rules, no discussions, no media, no social media, research or experiment. Are there any matters we'll need to address in the break?
Only that after the break, Your Honor, we'll be resting. So I just wanted to let the court know that.
Okay. And then will you be going?
We'll be going right after the likely, I want to talk, we may likely bring him on for break.
Okay. Maybe we could do that. Maybe we could all come back earlier then, so the jury's not.
That's kind of why I wanted to let the court know.
Okay. Does that work with you, that she can,
So 1:45?
yeah, 1:45, maybe come back at 1:25? 1:30?
1:30?
1:30?
1:30? Okay,
Thank you, Your Honor.
thank you.
Oh, for crying out loud. I literally was talking a lot and the freaking mic was muted. No, he's talking right now, but yeah, no, it was me. I pressed the button again. I am a professional streamer. I do this every day, and I don't know what am I doing. Oh, you guys, I am so sorry. I was literally like talking a lot and reading your oh my days. I just turned lights on. Thank you very much for that, Paula. See, it's definitely not just UK Swansea. No, we don't press buttons. Definitely, we don't need to press any buttons. We stay away from buttons. Oh my days. I am definitely awake now, right now. Definitely, I am absolutely awake. Everyone repeat after Zizi. We don't press buttons. Definitely don't, because I was literally like, I was muted, Lois. Lol, only me, mom. I honestly, yeah. Thank you very much. I know I pressed way too many. I press your buttons, garden bot? So, before I do send everybody over there to Lori trial, and we have a little bit of, we're gonna have about of an hour break, so I can get myself sorted. You know, we. Oh, we are okay, Zizi. Well, I am okay. I am actually full awake right now, which is crazy. I did sleep when I got home, and Zio started the stream for us today, which I'm still very, very grateful. And yeah, yeah, it's been an okay day today. Definitely, I'm excited that it's my last night of work, and yeah. TCA, poor garden bot, she bullies you, but no, I don't. I am a very lovely person, William. She says in a very nice tone. No, we all like this, Oh, oh no, I don't feel like a zombie anymore. Well, I still look like one. I don't feel like one. It's two different things. I still look like a zombie, and I have something actually to update you guys, because the T-shirt that I got home from I was dead, Zizzy. I was absolutely dead. I think my boss came in and he was like, "Katya, are you still alive?" And I think I must have given him the look that that I was like, literally, yeah. Yeah. The guys are sticking together, the brothers, yes, they are there, definitely. I know you feel like one, garden bot. But yeah, I was talking the merch. I've got the t-shirt. I'm actually gonna wear it on on the new stream, the new t-shirt. The merch, the merch, and it actually feels quite nice. So I hope not, Lois. I honestly hope that he has never listened to my stream. He knows about my channel. Everyone at work knows about about my channel, and I have some. I've seen some of my colleagues in chat, but I hope he doesn't, because I use sometimes the stream to decompress from him. No, I'm joking. He is a great boss. He is a great boss. I like him. The drive home, loud music, window open, and very fast. So I hope not. I honestly hope that he's not. He doesn't listen to mine. But he knows about it. And he's very, very good with it, because I asked, for example, to change my hours for Lori Vallow trial, and because the shop was already gonna be people gonna be in the shop, he was very understanding, and he said yes, absolutely. So I am very grateful to him for that. And he's very good. We have a good banter and everything. So yeah, right, Paul. I don't think I'll ever say that. I'll tell them to change their names. You guys are Bush Jason? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. No, but it's funny to see some people that I know in chat. I know you guys, not, you know what I mean, that I know face to face, and yeah. No, you wouldn't bully you, Zizi, and we don't speak English, isn't it? No, it's like, it is great, like seeing my two kind of worlds merging together, like, my personal side, and like people that I know face to face, and people that I know online, and kind of coming together in a way. It's really, really awesome. Yes, you are. You are. I am just joking, Stephanie, and I'll leave you all for that. Absolutely. Zizzy, I'm doing the same thing. Punching you. Not on your hand, not punching you, punching you. But yeah, so it's just great to see the how is it merging together. Sorry. I just knocked on my new desk. Oh, I need to take a picture of my new desk when it's sorted and it is tidy, because right now it's not good, because it is massive. I have space. Um I have space to take notes, to have my phone on, to have everything that I need, and I am not struggling with space and putting things 5 millions away. So finally, I have a new desk, which is amazing. So Oh yeah, I do have a picture of Garden Bot lying in my desk. I do need to show you guys. Definitely need to show you. Hang on, actually, I'm gonna. Is that okay if I share with them, Garden Bot? Okay, so I have Garden Bot laying in my new desk. Hang on, I'm gonna send it to my You did so it in half, so I'm gonna just open up. Give me 1 second, and so share screen window and this one. So excuse the mess. So that's Garden Bot laying on my new desk. So yeah, my old desk is gonna go away because it was too tiny for me, and it was literally we're either gonna sell it or just scrap it away. So we don't know. So yeah, so that's Garden Bot on half of the desk, and he saw it. So yeah, I know. Definitely we are ready for this. So this is Garden Bot in the desk. Excuse the mess, but oh, I can give you kind of a tour. So here is our bedroom. That door, it's the door for our bedroom for mine and Garden Bot. And this door here leads the is it short? Lol. No, the desk is just massive, Lizzie. He is handy. Yeah, he is very handy. I absolutely love him. It's yeah. Um, a desk just clarifying. Yes, yeah. So it is a big desk. It is definitely a big desk. And hey, guess what? Um, William, that is fine. It's a comic line. Yeah. That's short. It is not short. Oh, I love it, but guess what? Oh, thank you very much, Stephanie. I absolutely love it. It is awesome. And guess what? This massive desk only cost me $30. So well, $30. I don't know how much £30 is to $2. Hang on, one second. Dollars to hang on, 1 second. Garden Bot just pitching me, right in front. Yeah, $38. So, Denise, that is awesome. Yeah, you live. That's what you get for leaving us. But yeah, you get Garden Bot there. So nothing gets between Garden Body and his Kyron clients. No, nothing. Definitely. He definitely had to pose. Desk? What desk? Are you seeing a desk? But yeah, I hope you're alright, Zizzy, as well. But for sure. So just to give you a little bit of a mini tour on here is, this door here behind Garden Bot. Just don't look at him right now. That is the Costco cupboard. That is where our dreams are. That is all where all the food is and everything. And yeah, that's the Costco cupboard. And then you have Garden Bot, and then that's one of my screens there that you guys can see. And then the house is a mess. Please do not look at that. But all wave strike a pose. Indeed, definitely strike a pose. So I'll say goodbye to Garden Bot because he's gonna go away from the screen. So bye bye, Garden Bot. See you later. Yes, Costco has his own cupboard, Paula. We are that addicted because Costco has his own cupboard. So yeah. So for down there, here it's towards the kitchen and the living room and everything, and then that's our bedroom and upstairs. So bye bye, Garden Bot. There we go. That's Garden Bot gone for now. I might have him to take another picture posing in a different way now for next time. So, oh no, man, it is good because we shop that much. It is the background of my computer, of my desktop. I have two pictures. Because I have three screens, I have different pictures. So I have one that we recently took at the wedding that we went to, and then another one that it's our picture that we first met. Let me see if I can show you. Entire screen. I don't think I can. Well, I can that way, but yeah, no. So, do you bake at home? I wish I could do more than I actually do right now. I really want to do more, but it's just finding time to do it. So, and sometimes it's just impossible to do it with working at the supermarket, doing YouTube and doing everything else, sometimes, and sleep and rest and all of this. So sometimes it's a little bit hard to find the time. um Paula needs to pay rent. That Costco, definitely, absolutely, Zizzy. I think I should go to Costco and say to Costco to say, you guys need to pay me rent because you occupy a cupboard in my house. So yeah, so oh yeah, thank you. It's just so like I'm trying, like I keep getting told off to pace myself and not doing too much, and like rest and everything. And then the thing is with was like with YouTube, I wish it was just like pressing the button to go live and everything, but it's involved a lot of research, setting up, doing this, doing that. So there's always something in behind the curtains that I have to do it before a stream or after or something. So yeah, yeah, I know. I understand. Yeah, garden bot. So as much as you mentioned Costco, I think definitely, yeah, yeah, for sure, absolutely, Paula. They should sponsor me, but yeah, definitely, yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Everything in moderation, and that's the key on life and on everything. Yeah, come on, Costco, be a sponsor, please, Costco, please. Oh, wow, you are late, Zizzy, pressing the like button, but thank you very much for doing so. No, I'm joking. But all right, so like Paul is saying, we need to find lunch. We need squash drink indeed. We need to find lunch. I need a small little tiny break before we start Lori, which is only going to be in about 45 minutes. I've already done the redirect, so when I finish this stream, you all gonna be redirected to the new one for the Lori Vallow day 2. We are gonna be doing that one, and then tomorrow we're gonna be catching up on this one before Lori, as always. So I will see you all very soon. Put your seatbelts on, arms in, and get ready for the journey to the new stream. I'll see you guys very soon.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.